Should I use a speaker?
I can't control it.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nick.
Hi.
Yeah, I will be introducing you. I'm Lim here.
Hi. Hi.
Prof Yong is the chair lead, is the channel chair.
Oh, okay.
During these sessions, all right, Prof.
All right.
Right. I'll be reading the CV, your CV, all right. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be reading the. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Shakira. I'm Chai Hong.
Hi, Dr. Chai. Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much to you too.
Just for your information, we are already live on YouTube now.
Oh, okay.
You can. Oh, okay. I can hear the echo. Okay, if you want to see the live, you can actually go to the, you see the top left column of your screen. There is a live on custom live sharing, streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you click on it, you can go to view stream, or you can copy the stream link, and then you can see it on YouTube.
All
But
right.
not to confuse yourself.
I think I will get confused. I'm
Yeah.
not too familiar with this thing. I think so. Maybe I can stick to this one.
Yeah, sure.
Thank
Just
you.
in case you want to share with your friends and
Ah.
post it, then you can actually copy the streaming line.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. I don't know.
It's on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, I will share my screen for the program. Dr. Lim, can you see my screen on the program?
Yes.
Okay, great. We need some music, so it's very quiet here.
Follow your instructions, Dr. Chai, so I got the background.
Oh, you got it.
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
Thanks.
That's nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Prof. Adlina.
Hello.
Assalamualaikum. Lama tak jumpa.
Alhamdulillah, apa khabar?
Baik, Prof. Alhamdulillah. Jumpa kat sini pula.
Yelah. Dah tak ada jumpa tempat lain dah. Apa nak buat?
Itulah.
I've been planning to go there because but I haven't had the time. There's a lot of things to settle kan.
Yeah, I understand, Prof.
With the past projects and all that, tak habis lagi.
Yeah. It's okay, Prof. One fine day.
Yeah. Hopefully. trying to go into the link for the marks here, Chai. Oh, what's happening? Can I go in? Oh, no, try again.
Oh, you cannot go in, Prof?
You have to put the marks virtually, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it's on the Google form. Jojo, do you have the link for the judges form?
Doctor, you mean the document for the judges rubric?
On the rubrics, on top of that, there is a link. There is link to the Google form. Can you copy down that link?
Okay, let me find out.
Yeah, but don't send it here. Send it to the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Prof. I sent already.
Sorry, I didn't know I'm muted. Prof. Adina, Jojo already sent the form in the WhatsApp group.
Yes, I got it here. It's ICON-MEGOPIC 2021 oral presentation marks, correct?
Yeah, if you click on the link, it will go to the Google form.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, it's 1 o'clock now. Dr. Lim, should we start now? Dr. Lim?
Okay, give me 1 second.
All right.
We shall start now, right?
Yeah, I will introduce you, then you can chair the session. You can take over.
Yeah. If both the presenter in, the student presenter, are they in? It's like they are not.
No, they are not in yet.
They're not in yet.
Yes.
They're not.
Hi, Dr. To. Hi, Kiệt Thinh. Prof. Azahar is here. Hello, Prof. Azahar. Prof. Azahar.
Hello.
Hi, Prof.
Yes, yes.
How are you, Prof? Thank you for joining us. Sorry, Prof, I didn't have your phone number, so I didn't add you to our WhatsApp group.
All right, okay.
But we got your video already, so we will play your videos later, and then we will take on any questions from the floor.
Sure, sure.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Right, okay.
Okay, Dr. Lim, we have both students here already.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, let me just start the session and then I will pass it to you.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming, for joining this channel 4 under the ICON-MEGOPIC 2021. The theme for this channel is there are 3 topics: preventive medicine, medical education, and community empowerment. So the session will run from 1 o'clock until 5 o'clock today. The first session will be on the technical sessions for preventive medicine. We have our chairperson here, Dr. Lim In Shi, our senior lecturers from School of Medicine, Taylor's University. I think without further ado, can I pass the chair to you? Dr. Lim, please.
Thank you, Prof. Yong. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our channel 4. Today, before I started introducing the speakers and the participants, I would like to do some housekeeping announcement. This session is the first part of the afternoon session, which will run from 1:15 p.m. until 2:30 p.m. In this session, we have one invited speaker, followed by 2 students' presentation. Please turn off your mic and camera. We will take a group photo at the end of all the presentation. And if you have any doubt or any questions, please type in the chat box. We will have a Q&A session after each presenter. Right, without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Nick Nurul Shakira, who is a senior lecturer from Faculty of Medicine and Defense Health, University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia. Right. She has joined UPNM in year 2006, and since then she has held many administrative positions in the university, including head of unit, research lab coordinator, year 2 medicine program coordinator, university COVID-19 working committee, and research fellow. She has a vast experience, a hands-on experience on microbiology and molecular biology, in medical microbiology, diagnostic research, and technology laboratory. Dr. Nick graduated with honor from University Putra, Malaysia in 2003. Later on, she was awarded as National Science Fellowship to pursue her Master of Science in Molecular Medicine at University Science Malaysia. She joined MOH as a medical microbiologist and again awarded a scholarship and to obtain her PhD in medical microbiology. She has since then published in various index journals, co-researcher and review conference papers and journal articles. Dr. Shakira is also a member of Malaysian Board of Technologies and is a registered professional technologist in medical microbiology. Let's listen to Dr. Nurul Shakira topics on COVID-19, screening behind the scenes experience.
Today I'm going to share on COVID-19 screening behind the scenes experience. I am Dr. Nurul Shakira from the Medical Microbiology and Immunology.
Sorry, but we can't hear.
There's no word. Jojo, is it? Before you share, you untick the allowed computer volume.
It's already on the maximum, bro.
No, you have to allow the computer volume. When you share, there's a button. Can you show your screen? There's a button.
Nabila,
Share.
let me share from my computer.
Can.
Okay, maybe you try again. You try once more.
You have to click the share sound on the your. If not, because it's from computer, you cannot hear.
The share device is already on. It's the maximum sound already.
Okay, then Nabila, let me share from my computer. Can you hear it?
No,
No? Okay.
Prof, when you want to share, you click on the screen on your left-hand bottom, there's a word called share sound. That have to be clicked. Then only you can hear. Here,
Thank you to the organizer for
Yeah, actually, I
inviting me
already
to
clicked
join
on the
this
share
first
sound.
international conference,
It's just
Medical
that the volume is a bit
Perspiring
low.
ICON-MEGOPIC 2021.
What
Today,
about now,
I'm
Dr. Lim?
going to share on
still quite soft.
COVID-19
Still quite soft,
screening
huh?
behind the
Okay.
scenes experience.
All right. I
I
think I
am
will
Dr. Niku Shakira
share it
from
directly from the
the
PowerPoint.
Medical
Let me stop
Microbiology
here.
and Immunology.
Okay, hopefully this works.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day. Thank you
What
to the
about now, Dr.
organizer
Lim?
for
Is it clear?
inviting me to join this first international
Still very
conference,
soft.
Still
Medical
very
First
soft.
Topic, ICON-MEGOPIC
Okay.
2021.
So
Today, I'm going to share
I don't
on
think we can do much because
COVID-19
it's from
screening
the
behind the
recorded
scenes
sound.
experience. I am Dr. Niku Shakira from the
What about now?
Medical Microbiology and Immunology Unit, UPNM.
Need very hard to listen.
And
Okay. All right. Dr. Nick is here actually. Dr. Shakira.
Yeah.
Dr. Shakira.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Sorry that the video volume is a bit soft. The volume is
Yeah.
a bit soft. Would you mind to? Do you want to present it on the spot or
Oh, I have the PowerPoint. Maybe I can play from.
from your side? Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Share. I share the.
Okay. Let me stop sharing here. Then you can share your screen.
I can share now. How? What should I do
Yes, you
there?
can share now. When you click the share screen, Dr. Shakira, there is a lower left.
Okay, share screen.
Yes, and then you check on the share computer sound.
Alright, computer sound.
It's on the left bottom.
Left button.
Do you see it?
Computer audio. Same system built-in. So may I try? I try to play first, and then let's see. You
Yeah,
can
sure.
hear. Okay. Is it on screen?
It's on screen, but you cannot hear.
Yeah,
Or is it? Still.
the volume is too soft.
I think something wrong with the during recording. Sure.
Would you like to present or
Okay, maybe just because we are losing time here.
yeah, like, but the video, hopefully the video play well, right?
Okay. Let me see here. But the audio is in the slide, so I think it will interrupt. the presentation. I don't have the slide without the audio. So still it will be confusing. Or else you cannot hear anything from the video, Doctor, if we play from my side still?
Yeah, it's the same. It's very soft. For my side, even my volume was maximum. Right.
Oh, now also cannot hear.
Now we actually are not sharing now.
Oh, I'm not sharing. Okay.
Actually, now you're not sharing. Or do we want to play back the yesterday? Is it still there? The initial.
Try again.
May I suggest that this is Nafiza, Prof. Nafiza from IMU. May I suggest that Dr. Shakira,
yeah, Prof.
You present, because we can't, it won't interfere because we cannot hear the audio.
Okay,
so
okay.
Only hear you speak.
Oh, okay. So that okay lah. Okay, so I present live now with the same slide, huh? Prof?
All right.
Okay.
Thanks,
Prof. Thank you. So okay, I'm sorry. Hi everybody, Prof, doctors, and everybody. I'm sorry for the technical problem. So can you see my slide now? I'm sharing the slide.
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah. Share screen again.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So, okay, thank you again to the organizer. I'm sorry for the technical problem. And for this session, I'm going to share on COVID-19 screening behind the scene experience for during the COVID-19 first PKP, actually during 2020. So throughout, so I can listen to the audio. All right. So in this presentation, I'm going to touch a bit on the COVID-19. I know everybody knows about the basic information on COVID-19. You can find elsewhere in the social media, in the electronic and so on. So, and then I touch a bit on types of COVID-19 tests available. It is moving here. Okay.
Dr. Shakira, maybe you can try. You can exit the full screen now.
And then remove the audio, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's on the top bar. There is a play narrations, and using the timing, you can uncheck the box.
Is it here?
Currently, you are not sharing your screen. You can try and share your screen, then I can guide you through.
Okay.
Okay, before you project, you go to slideshow. Doctor, slideshow. Yeah, you go to slideshow. No, sorry. You exit this one first. You press escape. Okay, on the top bar, you see the slideshow. Can you come down a bit? Come down a bit. No, sorry. Don't press this one. Can you move your arrow out? Yes, you see the slideshow? Yes, can you click on it? And then you go to the, you see the box, the play narrations. Can you uncheck that? Yes. And the use timings also uncheck. Yeah, that will do the work.
Okay.
Yeah, then you can start project it now. Yes, I think this should be fine.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay. So again on the content of the slides, and then I will touch a bit on the list of facilities or centers providing the COVID-19 diagnostic test, and also share my great experience with MOH during the 2020 COVID-19. So this is just a flashback of our 2020 reported case in Malaysia when it was shocked by the 4 cases of COVID-19 for tourists from China, and then WHO declared the COVID-19 as a global pandemic, and then there were reported cases of COVID-19 in Malaysia, and then the case arises, and WHO again declared the COVID-19 as a world pandemic. And then we have our first PKP back in 2020. Okay. So we managed to have a 0 cases later in 2020, and after a few months, then we get back into our second PKP, and again the case arises. Until this slide was prepared, it's about 20K plus of cases, and we need to work together to bring down the cases again, and I think we can do it. So a bit introduction on COVID-19 facts. I'm not going to go in details, but however, COVID-19, as we all know, it is caused by the newly discovered coronavirus, the SARS-CoV virus. And the most common symptoms among the COVID-19 patients include fever, dry cough, fatigue, and sore throat, and some of the cases without symptoms, asymptomatic. And the transmission of this causative virus, commonly through direct or indirect close contact with the contaminated droplets or by fomites. Okay, and on now for COVID-19, the available screening tests are based on antigen and also antibody detection. So basically, now we have 3 types of COVID-19 tests, which is the first one is the molecular test that based on the specific genetic material of RNA of the SARS-CoV, the RNA genetic material, and also antibody test, as well as the latest one, the antigen test, or which also known as the RTK antigen test. Okay, so for the molecular test, it is considered the gold standard for the COVID-19 test. Okay, for in terms of the comparison among these 3 tests, the RT-PCR or reverse transcription polymerase reaction test is a test where it has a very high sensitivity and specificity, where for the RTK antigen test with lower sensitivity, more than 85%, and higher specificity, about 99%. This RT-PCR and RTK antigen PCR being used for the COVID-19 screening, where for the antibody test is much more used for surveillance and also for research. Okay, so like I mentioned just now, the RT-PCR is considered as the gold standard in diagnosing COVID-19, and also in Malaysia. So basically, the behind principle for the RT-PCR is actually the viral specific RNA from the samples itself extracted from the nasopharyngeal swab, and then the PCR technique amplifies the specific genetic materials of the virus, and then we interpret the results from the CT value of the RT-PCR. Okay, so it started with virus lysis, RNA purification, reverse transcription into cDNA, and also amplification and also detection. So previously, in the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we only have few centers that offer screening tests specific for COVID-19 under MOH, where it involved 5 national public health, Makmal Kesihatan Awam Kebangsaan in Sungai Buloh, the center or the national public health, and also in Kota Kinabalu, Ipoh, Kota Baru, and also in Johor Bahru, and with addition of COVID-19 labs of 12 state hospitals. Okay, all the protocols are based on the gene sequences that we shared by the scientists from Wuhan, that possible give the possibility for the researchers to develop the protocols for the screening. So, however, nowadays we already have about 68 laboratories that involve the government hospitals, university hospitals, and also private hospitals that using the established protocols for the COVID-19 screening. So these all labs offer about 70,000 tests per day that cater the screening, the contact tracing, and also for the cases. So as I think some of you may be in the know that IMR now is studying of using saliva, the deep throat saliva, to give another option rather than nasopharyngeal, that quite invasive, and some people keep avoiding to give the samples. Where they found that the results from the preliminary result, it is a promising result, then with a comparable, almost same sensitivity and specificity to nasopharyngeal swab. So how did I get involved with this experience with MOH before this in 2020, where everybody came forward to help the MOH and the nation to fight the COVID-19. So I was offered to report in National Public Health for the molecular screening team and join them and help to establish protocols and also run the molecular screening with the massive samples during that time. So with the permission of my dean, I joined the team and give the service in MOH. So during that time, not only many agencies or ministry involved in helping the nation, it also involved NGOs and personal individuals that were very generous in giving whatever they have and to help. For example, we were given food, PPEs from the NGOs and from the personnel as well, individuals. So what we do behind the scene actually during the COVID-19, for the COVID-19 screening, is actually in MKK, every day we screen for the samples from many hospitals and health clinics, where we have service, we give service around the clock. We have staff on calls and in shift schedules. And as you can see here, from the counter, we receive a specimen and process the samples integrity and prepare for the worksheet for the preparation of the test. So all these protocols and tests were performed by trained personnel by the MOH with continuous improvement. So now I'm sharing you what the video, what we do behind the scene. In MOH. So the preparation of the video was done by with the help of the National Public Health Laboratory staff, and all videos and pictures involved in the preparation were with permission by the director of NPHL Lab. So with that, I thank you. Take care, stay fit.
Thank you, Dr. Sakira. Despite a minor technical hiccup, I think it is an excellent and eye-opening inside the COVID screening, behind the scenes. In terms of, because of the time constraint, we allowed one question. Is that, I think so far there's nothing in the chat box. Dr. Sakira, it's very nice to know that we actually can do, the way to go for future maybe is a saliva swab test.
Yes.
But I think in social media, there are something about a rectal swab. What is it about?
From rectal swab is actually a suggestion by the China government, as far as I'm concerned, where they suggest to recover more the COVID-19, the SARS-CoV from that sample. However, from what I have read, we don't really need that kind of sample so far, not so urgent, because the percentage of the virus from the current specimen also sufficient for us to screen and diagnose. Yeah.
Because I think it's equally uncomfortable as the...
Yes, correct. And with this current specimen also, our public also quite trauma with that. Even more if we take the rectal swab, I think more people will get scared with that.
Yeah. Yes,
thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Nurul Shakira. Without further ado, we would like to invite our student presenter. The first student presenter is Chin Ziwei. He is from School of Medicine, Faculty of Health and Medical Science, Taylor University. He will be talking about teaching kids of the age of 9 to 12 years old on oral hygiene using e-bug educational resources. Can I have Chin Ziwei to present that? Can we share his video? Is Jojo and Nabila accessing the video now?
I'm checking with Nabila.
Yeah.
Prof, my screen sharing stopped for I don't know why, but it stopped.
Okay, Nabila, let me share.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chin Ziwei. My topic today is effectiveness of e-bug, the assessment of student knowledge
Can you
on
hear?
oral hygiene. And I'm a medical undergraduate.
Dr. Lim, can you hear?
Can hear, but I think if possible, another decibel up, I think.
You mean the volume is too soft, is it?
Yeah, slightly softer.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chin Ziwei. My topic today is effectiveness of e-bug, the assessment of student knowledge on oral hygiene. And I'm a medical undergraduate student in Taylor University, Malaysia. So to start off with introduction, first the problem statement, which we want to know what is e-bug. E-bug is a free education resources to learn about microorganisms, and this is developed by England. but the effectiveness is yet to be proven in Malaysia because there are inadequate study conducted. And this study is conducted to determine if EBUG is a suitable and effective platform for children to increase their knowledge on oral hygiene in Malaysia. As for epidemiology of oral hygiene, so first is global prevalence. Poor oral hygiene is estimated to affect nearly 3.2 billion people worldwide, which is nearly half the world population, and untreated dental caries in permanent teeth is the most common health condition. And in addition to this, 52% of children had a cavity in their primary teeth before, whereas 1 in 4 adults aged 20 to 64 currently has cavities. And United States has estimated around $45 billion productivity loss each year due to untreated dental disease, and this shows the massive impact to the country economy sector. As for local prevalence in Malaysia, all states have shown to achieve greater than 98% coverage of primary school students for oral healthcare, and there is an increase in percentage of orally fit primary school children, but only 38.2% of them are cavity-free. As for secondary school children, there is also improvement in coverage, which is from 83.6% to 87.5% in 2018, and 59.1% of them are cavity-free. This shows that almost half the children in Malaysia have dental caries, with primary school children being more, which is 68.1%. For this research, the question is, we want to know if EBUG resource pack is helpful or effective in increasing the knowledge of oral hygiene for school-going children in Malaysia. And the significance of this study can act as a pilot study to include EBUG program in the school curriculum in Malaysia. And they can also provide knowledge and increase their awareness on oral hygiene for children. For literature review, first one is by Charlotte Victoria L.A. et al. This is written on 2017, and the educators they found out that educators value EBUG resource, and they view them as very useful to teach children about microbes, hygiene, vaccination, and antibiotics. And this relates to our study in terms of the resource pack, like the videos, the quizzes, and the lesson on EBUG website, and the aim as well. But the difference is that the targeted groups which the results are obtained, which in this case is educators instead of school children, and a questionnaire. The other article is written by Leona Fernandez et al. In 2018, and they found out that students had inadequate knowledge on antimicrobial resistance, but there are significant improvement in their knowledge after educational intervention because they are keen to learn about the topic. And this related to our study in terms of the resource pack, the targeted groups, school children, and the EBUG quiz, but the difference is this is conducted in India, which is the region. The next one is by Patty Koskova et al., and this is written in 2010. And the author studied on the developing an antibiotic and hygiene teaching pack on website with online game for both junior and senior school, and the result pre and post game. And they found out that there are improvement on the student knowledge on the topic post game, and this similar to our study in terms of the targeted group, which is school children, but it's different in terms of the resource pack, which they use game instead of videos, and the questionnaire and the region, which is UK. The next one is by Donna M. Lecky and Cleona A. M. McNulty, and this is written in 2011. And they find out by implementing proper hand hygiene practice, they can reduce the school absenteeism rate in England. And this study, they look forward to implement EBUG for sexual health in healthcare institutions and prison in the future. And they are same in our study in terms of the aim, which is to educate young people about the hygiene. And in this case, they also educate about prudent antibiotic use. And they also have the same targeted group, which is school children, but the difference is that the region, which is England, and the topic, which in addition to hygiene, they have antibiotic as well, and online games. So for methodology, we have 37 school-going children from age 9 to 12, and we have two different populations, which is PPR, which is Project Perumahan Rakyat Sri Pantai resident, and Random Malaysian school children, which are not PPR Sri Pantai resident. And the data we are collected through Google Form quiz and videos, and we distribute them to the parents to the target population through WhatsApp from 7 February 2021 to 12 February 2021. And the children are required to do the quiz prior and after watching the video. It was made by us. And we created the video in Bahasa Malaysia, which is our national language. Then, after we obtain the data, we compare it pre and post test quiz result by using SPSS, and the study was approved by Human Ethics Committee of Taylor's University. And we have obtained informed consent from the parents of the children who volunteered to participate in this study, and all information of participants are kept confidential. So this is the video on oral hygiene.
Selamat pagi rakan-rakan sekalian. Hari ini kita akan belajar tentang kebersihan gigi. Sebelum kita bermula, kita haruslah tahu bahawa apabila kita sudah berusia 12 tahun, kita seharusnya ada 28 gigi dewasa. Apabila kuman bertumbuh dan bertambah di gigi, mereka akan berkumpul dan menjadi plak yang melekit dan boleh nampak garis putih kat gigi, dan ini akan membuatnya bereput. Cara untuk mengelakkan gigi bereputan sebenarnya sangat mudah. Pertama, kita harus kurangkan memakan makanan yang ada gula atau sangat manis, kerana kuman akan membuat asid daripada gula dan akan memusnahkan gigi dari lapis luar hingga dalam, dan ini akan membuat kamu rasa sangat sakit. Jika ini tidak dirawat, gigi akan reput dan sebar ke saraf dan akan ada nanah, jadi kita harus membuangkan gigi tersebut. Selain itu, kita harus gosok gigi 2 kali sehari dengan ubat gigi supaya gigi lebih kuat, dan jika kita menggunakan ubat gigi, kita boleh memperlahankan pereputan gigi juga. Paling pentingnya, kita haruslah menggosok gigi sebelum tidur, kerana itu adalah waktu yang paling penting. Semasa menggosok gigi, kita harus memberus dengan cara yang betul, iaitu memberus dari atas ke bawah gigi, dari semua permukaan gigi. Selepas memberusnya, kita harus meludahkan ubat gigi dan tidak membilasnya. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, so the video that I have played is the video we made for the school-going children in Malaysia. As for the questionnaire, we obtained this from IBAC website. There are 2 parts. So for first part, we include the consent, the choice to make if they are doing the quiz before or after watching the video, the participant's name, phone number, address, gender, and age. As for second part of the questionnaire, we include the quiz, which is the question and answer we get from the IBAC website, and the links are over here. So these are the questionnaire that we obtained. So first question is, what is dental plaque, and how do you prevent tooth decay? Then which drink can be bad for the teeth? How often should we brush the teeth? When is the most important time of the day to brush the teeth? And what shall we do after brushing the teeth with the toothpaste in the mouth? And these are the results we have obtained, and we have obtained through SPSS. So in this study, a total of 24 children from PPR Sri Pantai have completed the study, and Table A has shown 11 of the participants are female and 13 of them are male. And out of all 24 of them, they are all aged 9 to 12. 3 of them are age 9 and age 10. 7 of them are age 11 and 11 of them are age 12. And for non-PPR resident, we got a complete result from 13 children. And Table C has shown that 6 of the participants are female and 7 of them are male. And out of all 11 of them, they are aged between 10 to 16. And 1 of them is 10 years old, 10 of them are 11 years old, 1 of them is 13 and 16 years old each. And we did paired sympathy test to obtain the result from the pre and post test. And on Table D, we have shown the mean score of participants prior to education intervention was 6.08, plus minus 2.14. And after we provide education intervention, the score was 7.38, plus minus 1.41. And there is a mean difference of 1.29 and p-value of 0.03, which is less than 0.05. So the results are statistically significant in PPR resident. And this one is the result for non-PPR resident. And we also did paired sympathy test. And on table E, the mean score of participants prior to education intervention is 5.77 plus minus 3. And after education intervention is 7.92 plus minus 0.86. And the mean difference is 2.15 and p-value of 0.031, which is less than 0.05. So the results are statistically significant. So in conclusion, so this study, the participants has insignificant improvement in their knowledge on the topic covered, which is oral hygiene, after we provide them with educational intervention, which is the video, which is from the eBUG website. And the conclusion is that we have found that eBUG is effective as educational resource for children in Malaysia because it successfully improved their knowledge on the topics given. And our study and previous studies finding suggest that early intervention of eBUG as school curriculum plays a significant role in preventing the disease due to lack of oral hygiene. For recommendation, Ministry of Education could implement eBUG as part of our school curriculum for the children to increase their knowledge and awareness regarding oral hygiene. And other than video, we can use other activity like from the other study, which is the games, competition and seminars. And we can also use eBUG in other settings like clinics, hospital, education fair, mainly to improve their knowledge on oral hygiene in public education. And these are my references. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ziwei, for a wonderful presentation. It's very nice to know that Taylor actually involved in eBUGs, right? Now, may I invite Prof. Nafiza Din from IMU. She is the judge and myself for this session. And we also would like to involve the floor if there's any questions to ask Ziwei. Prof.
Thanks, Dr. Lim. Hi, I see your name is Peter Chin there, so I'll just call you Peter. First of all, congratulations for completing a very important study. And I think going through the study, you will realize the importance of doing research. And when you graduate as a doctor, I hope you will pursue to become a clinician scientist, all right? I've just got two questions for you. Number one is you had part one of your research, you had to obtain consent from the question is, who do you obtain consent from?
We obtain the consent from their parents before the conducting.
Yeah. Why the parents and not the children?
Because the children are not mature, they are less than 18 years old.
Exactly, because so the children, any child below 18 would be considered as in the vulnerable group, so you would have to obtain consent. And I see from your recommendations that you have recommended that the Ministry of Education might want to put it in the curriculum, and I really think it's a good idea. Do you have any idea of how you can do that?
Maybe you can incorporate into part of the lecture or classes, or maybe some kind of presentation, competitions, those stuff.
Yeah, would you write to the ministry to recommend that?
Yeah, but we will need more study to be done because there are other topics to be conducted other than oral hygiene.
Yeah, but this is one study and you have to believe in your study because I think it was done quite well, right? And you had significant results in both. I'm assuming that you chose two different groups of children was because of the perhaps the socioeconomic status, right? And so you had some significant results, whether they are in different socioeconomic status, with the intervention that you applied, they had improved in knowledge. Am I right?
Yes,
Yeah.
teacher.
So I think why not just take the bold step and just write that your preliminary study has shown that this is useful, and you can even quote the studies from other countries. So then you will feel when they take it up, you will feel it will be a very meaningful, a more meaningful project for you. Anyway, congratulations on completing the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Peter, can I ask you a few questions about the questionnaire? Was the questionnaire done through email or verbal? And second thing, was it, because I saw in your questionnaire was in English, but your video is in Malay. So is there any translator to guide the children? Because by right should be the children who answer the question, not the parents. Thank you.
For the questionnaire part, we sent them through the Google form. So they did it through online. And for the translation, we actually translate it to Bahasa Malaysia, then we send them to them.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. How about the demographic between the two groups? Because the age group also in the PPR group, there's one child who is 16 years old compared to, I think, most of the children in the other group, younger age group. Is that data show any significant that 16 years old boy or guy?
Yeah, for his data, there are also improvement in their score after the education intervention.
Is there any more questions from the floor for Peter? Okay, if there's no more questions, Peter, thank you very much. As like Prof. Nafisa said, I think maybe you should write to somebody if you confidence on your data, all right? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks. So now we would like to invite our second presenter, Fahad Al-Jabi, who is also from Taylor University from the School of Biosciences, Faculty of Health and Medical. She's going to talk about the effects of diets on gut microbiota and its implications in health and disease. It's a review article. Can we have Fahad Al-Jabi?
Hello. Hi everyone. I am Farhat Abjani. I am a PhD student studying in Taylor's University, Malaysia. And today I will be discussing my presentation, which is entitled as The Effects of Diet on Gut Microbiota and its Implication in Health and Disease. So now let's move towards the introduction. So the human gastrointestinal tract hosts trillions of microbes, including bacteria, fungi, viruses, and parasites. And these microbes are collectively referred as gut microbiota. It is now a well-established fact that a healthy gut flora is largely responsible for the overall health of the host. So, the healthy gut microbiota is constituted by the phyla Firmicutes and Bacteroides. This is also followed by the phyla Actinobacteria, Vericomicrobia, and Proteobacteria. So there are many major functions that are performed by the gut microbiota. These functions include nutrient metabolism, xenobiotic and drug metabolism, antimicrobial protection, immunomodulation, and maintaining the integrity of the gut barrier and the structure of the gastrointestinal tract. So, however, there are many factors that can affect the gut microbiota. These factors include diet, that is the food that we are taking, the lifestyle that we have, either we have a sedentary lifestyle or an active lifestyle, the environment in which we are living, either it's a rural environment or it's an urban environment, or some host related factors, or the drugs that we are taking, that is the medicines or the antibiotics. So all these factors can then affect the gut microbiota. So the main objective of the study is to review the latest published data from other researchers on the consumption of a particular type of food that causes changes in the composition as well as in the diversity in the gut bacteria, and then its implications on various diseases such as obesity, diabetes, irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, depression, and cardiovascular diseases. So the methodology that we have followed for this study includes the literature was basically accessed via PubMed, Science Direct or Elsevier databases, and different search terms were included that have a combinations of different terms such as microbiota, intestinal mucosa, or gut bacteria, polyphenols, probiotics, traditional diet, Western diet. So all these combinations of terms were used, and the searches were limited to the articles only that are available in English and those published between 2010 to 2020. So now moves towards the discussion and results. So now let's take an example of from this picture the impact of diet on the gut microbiota and human health. So for example, if a person is taking a lot of animal diet, that is the protein fats or the proteins from the animals or fat from the animals, it then causes an alterations in the gut bacteria. So the alterations can be of two types. Either it causes a decrease in the composition and diversity of good bacteria, or it causes an increase in the pathogens. So once this alteration happens, it then leads to different biological effects. For example, alteration in host metabolism or in the immune system production of pro and anti-inflammatory metabolites. So which then leads to different disease conditions such as cardiovascular diseases, diabetes mellitus, obesity, and metabolic syndrome, and other autoimmune diseases. So now let's take another example by looking at the impact of protein, that is the dietary protein, on gut microbiota. So for example, if we are getting the protein from the plant sources, it then causes an increase in the composition of good bacteria, which then leads to an increase in the short chain fatty acids productions. So short chain fatty acid is basically a major metabolites that are produced by the gut bacteria in response to the anaerobic fermentation of different dietary fibers, or we can also say the resistant starch. So once we have an increased concentrations of SCFA, then it leads to an increased amounts of T regulatory cells, and also we can see a reduced of inflammation. On the other hand, if a person is taking animal proteins, it then causes an increase in the bile-resistant bacteria, which then leads to an increase in trimethylamine N oxide. So trimethyl N oxide is a metabolite which is produced when your body digests meat, like the animal meat, and it also increases, and as per the researchers, it also increases the chances of cardiovascular diseases. However, it also causes an increase in decrease in the productions of short chain fatty acids, and as a result we can see increased amount of inflammation, and then leads to IBD, that is the irritable bowel disease. So basically, short chain fatty acids are very important as it provide energy to the colonocytes. It is a source of energy for the colonocytes, and also it maintains the intestinal homeostasis through performing different anti-inflammatory actions. So now let's move to the effects of prudent and Western diet on gut microbiota. So this is like my this is my favorite slide, in which we can see and we can look at the comparison between two modes of diet, that is the Western diet and the prudent diet. And we can say that Western diet is nowadays a most common choice amongst the youngsters, and it also considered as the favorite diet amongst the youngsters. And if we just look around, if we go to any mall, we can see that there are more Western diet options as compared to the healthy diets. So it is very important for us to understand like what type of food we are eating and what are the effects that we are having because of that food. So for example, if a person is taking a prudent diet, that is having a balanced diet. We can say it has phytochemicals, it has omega-3 fatty acids, it has high dietary fibers, it has prebiotics, probiotics. All this increases the production of short chain fatty acids. So short chain fatty acids, again, it is a good metabolite that is very good for the intestine environment. It then causes an increase in the enhanced mucus secretions and increased antimicrobial peptides. So these are the dietary fiber degrading gut microbiota. So once these are present in increased amounts, it then leads to a good functional intestinal barrier, which then ultimately results in health, immune homeostasis, and functional barrier. So again, this type of food is providing good environment to our gut bacteria. Yeah. So, on the contrast, if a person is taking a Western diet, which mainly have high sugars like the sugary items, or the high fat, for example, burgers, french fries, emulsifiers, high protein diet, it all then leads to enhanced mucus degradation and reduced antimicrobial peptides. So here you can see these are the mucus degrading gut bacteria. So these are just the, you can say, degrading or eating the lines of the intestine. So as a result of it, we have a pro-inflammatory immune response, and which then results in dysfunctional intestinal barrier. So all these processes can then be seen in the form of dysfunctional barrier, inflammation, and chronic diseases. So this picture gives us a brief, pictorial illustration that how both of these diets are affecting our gut bacteria. So now this is the cumulative, representative of different type of studies that are published, that shows that how diet can affect the gut bacteria. Either it increases its concentration or it decreases. So for due to the limitation of time, definitely we cannot discuss all these, but let's take an example. Like for example, if a person is taking a high fat diet, it causes a decrease in the bifidobacteria species. So again, we can see that how we can look at how the diet can affecting our gut bacteria. So once the gut bacteria is composition and diversity is altered, then it can then lead to dysbiosis. So intestinal dysbiosis can then leads to cancers, metabolic diseases, gastrointestinal diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and other neurological diseases. So again, this is the again this slide represents different modes of diet and their effects on the bacteria, which then leads to different disease conditions. For example, if a person is taking a lot of high fat or sugary diet, it then causes a decrease in bifidobacterium species. So the main function of bifidobacterium species is the production of short chain fatty acids. It improves the gut mucosal bacteria, it lowers the intestinal LPS levels, and these type of bacteria are seen in reduced concentrations in obesity as well as in type 2 diabetes. So again, we can see here what are the the consequences of the food that we are taking. Again, let's take another example, like if a person is taking a lot of high animal protein diet, it causes a decrease in the lactobacillus species, and the main function of this lactobacillus species is the production of short chain fatty acids. It also produces the anti-inflammatory, anti-cancerous activities. So, and these bacteria are seen in less amount in the IBD patients. So again, this is the continuation of same things. Like Eubacterium species, its main function is short chain fatty acid productions form beneficial phenolic acids, and these are present in less amount in the IBD patients. So again, so based on that slides and the explanation and the results that we have gathered from different researchers. So based on that available literature, the consumption of complex polysaccharides and plant proteins could be associated with an increase of beneficial bacteria in its quantity as well as its diversity, which then stimulates short chain fatty acids production. On the other hand, high intake of animal protein, saturated fat, sugars, and salt We can also say that the Western diet could stimulate the growth of pathogenic bacteria, which then leads to the potential alterations of the intestinal barrier and permeability, abnormal activation of immune cells, and leading to high incidences of chronic diseases. So basically, these slides give you the summary of the slide in which I have described both of the diets, that is the Western diet and the balanced diet. So for the conclusions or the take-home message is that the intestinal microbiota has essential functions in host metabolism and in directing immune system development. And the dietary components from micronutrients, that is the fats, proteins, to polyphenols, prebiotics and probiotics have specific effects on gut microbial communities. And in conclusion, review of the literature suggests that diet can modify the intestinal microbiome, which in turn has a profound impact on overall health. However, this impact can be beneficial or detrimental. That depends on the relative identity and abundance of bacterial population. This means that the effects depends on the concentration and the diversity of the particular group of bacteria. So these are the references. And I would like to acknowledge my supervisors and Taylor's University, Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fahad. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Right. Now, again, can I invite Prof. Nafisa and also the floor to have some questions?
Thank you, Dr. Lim. Hi, Farhad. Thank you for an interesting presentation. I just wondered, because you referred in 2 slides, there were studies which had high fat and sugar, high fat and high sugar. And it was like a combination, high fat and high sugar, and this showed detrimental effect on microbiota, right? Yeah. So in that sort of study, which is the culprit? Is it the fat or the sugar?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, actually, we cannot say that the culprit, if we are taking anything in a balanced quantity, then there is nothing culprit in that. I mean, I have just observed that the people are taking a lot of high fat diet. Like, for example, if they are taking, the fat from the chicken or meat, then again, they are not taking the fat from the plant sources. So in that sense, you can say that the animal fats or the animal proteins are culprit. But again, if you are taking in a balanced proportion, then I don't think nothing is like culprit. But the thing is, like, we have to decide, either we are taking too much, either we are taking a lot of cake, and then we are also taking the the sugary items like the biscuits. In simple words, if we are not the one to to decide or to balance, then the food will become culprit for us. I can say that.
One more question. To your understanding, are carbohydrates essential to our well-being?
Yeah. Hello?
Sorry? Yeah. Did you hear my question?
I cannot hear you.
Yeah, I said, Farhad, to your understanding and to your knowledge, are carbohydrates a group of macronutrients that is important for our survival?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, yes, the complex carbohydrate, especially that we are getting it from the brown bread or the the beans, or in that source, if we are getting the carbohydrates like from the complex, because then the bacteria will degrade that complex carbohydrate and then they will produce the good metabolites. So in that way, these carbohydrates are like very good, and I can say essential for our body to perform different functions. Yeah.
Okay, that's the carbohydrate. Carbohydrate you are referring to there is the fiber, dietary fiber.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but the study that you quoted or referred to in your presentation was about high sugar. Sugar and fiber, they are both lumped as macronutrients, carbohydrate macronutrients.
Yeah.
But they have got quite very different effects on the body, right? That's number one. Number two is it's a PhD project, right, Farhad?
No. My PhD project is different. Like we will be comparing the rural and the urban microbiome. So
All right.
it's just a discussion, or you can say it's a review
Okay.
type.
But you are a PhD student,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that was what. I'm allowed to ask you this question because you know when you've gone through an extensive literature review.
Yeah.
But your conclusions of your literature review still say that diet has an impact on microbiome.
Yeah.
I think you can do better than that.
Yeah,
Your conclusion should be more specific because you've run through. Because if your conclusion after extensive literature review, and all you can say is diet affects our microbiome, I think it's too general. I think it's too general, and it's what we already know.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Anyway, Farhad, I find this topic that you have elaborated very eloquently, very interesting. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Farhan, there are some questions from the floor, right? I think Fiona would like to know about the different type of diet have different influences to microbiota. She would like to know your opinion on the trend now, which advocates certain types of food. Example, your keto diets and paleo diets.
Like I'm not sure about the paleo diets, but the keto diets I was reading. Again, I can say that in the keto diets, if you are taking a lot of I was reading one keto diet in which they are taking balance, not in a balanced form, like all the animal type of proteins was there and all the animal based fats was there. So again, I think that it's not a good form of diet. I can only recommend that a balanced diet in which you have good carbohydrates, good fats. So because you know that the food that we are taking is not only for our body to perform functions, it is also taken up by the microbes. So it is by our hands, to decide which type of food like we want to give to our, the gut bacteria so that they can perform functions.
All right, thanks. Farhan, one more questions, because from your study, you mainly argue about prudent diet and Western diet affect your biodata on the guts. But I think we know that taking probiotic will promote all these healthy bacteria. Yeah. What do you think of Western diet plus probiotic? Will it work?
Yes, but definitely it will work. But then again, it's like a war. First, you will, giving your bacteria bad food, and then you are injecting more good bacteria to combat. So why not? You don't have to go for this. Why not we just eat the healthy food and then we take the probiotics? But again, if we are taking a Western diet in a limited quantity, let's suppose on weekends only, if we are just having a Western diet, and for the rest of the days if we are taking a healthy diet, so in that case I think the probiotics will work more.
Yeah. All right. The other thing you were filtering through all the English literature during your search. Is there any other different language publications? Is there a lot? Because that means you are looking on specific geography place. Is there any, when you do your search, is there any other language publications on this?
No problem. English language, Prof.
Yeah, or other than English language, for example, the Spanish or the Japanese, because I think the Japanese diet are very unique in a sense, right? Do you come across a lot of different journal in other language or other publication?
In other studies, yes, but in other languages, not sure, Prof. I mean, no. But it's a good idea, definitely, because it's not like decided yet. So maybe we can include that, definitely.
All right. All right. Is there any more questions? Let me check. I think that's it. Right. Okay. If there's no further questions, we'd like to thank Fahad for an excellent presentations. And I think we can have 5 minutes break, and I hand over the baton to Prof. Adi, to Prof. Alina. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lim, for chairing the session. And thanks all the participants as well as our invited speaker. And once again, sorry to Dr. Shakira for the technical problem. But Dr. Shakira agreed to share the slide, the video after the conference. She has a very excellent video there, so I think it's good to share with the audience. Okay,
right.
Thank you so much. Thanks again, Dr. Lim.
Thank you, Prof. Yong.
May I invite Prof. Adelina to join the session and chair this session?
Okay. Hi, Dr. Chai.
Hi, Dr. Adelina.
Yeah, I'm here already. You don't want to have a break first? Because
yes, we can have a break, Prof.
Yep.
I will hand over the chair to you, Prof. You can lead from now on. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So we will come back at 2:27.
Prof,
So
2:30.
On time at 2:30?
Yeah, I think 2:30 is fine, Prof.
Fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Prof, good afternoon.
Hi,
You're just in
Joanne.
time. You're having your break.
Yeah, I'm having my break. Yeah. So how are you, Joanne?
Fine, fine. So we would want to bless you with one raffle draw in this channel. So yeah, so we will be picking one volunteer to help us pick or select our raffle winner for today.
Oh, I
Is
see.
it okay?
Okay.
All right. Since you're having your break now, so can we get one volunteer from the room?
What is
Hi,
the
Dr.
criteria,
Sapni.
Dr. Joanne?
Anyone in the room?
We offer to the students.
Yeah, we just barged into the channel and we just started because we just wanted to make the environment a bit lively when Prof. Adlina said we have some time. So we just came in. Sorry for that. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So what are we supposed to do now?
But hope the students and all the participants in this channel
are still there.
excited for the raffle prize. Yeah. So do we have a volunteer? Come on, I think you saw earlier the volunteer, if no one claims for the prize, can be lucky and can get the prize. So come on.
Get the prize, 100 ringgit worth of Unilever products.
Okay, doctor.
Oh, Nabila.
Yes, Nabila. Okay.
Hi, Nabila. Okay.
Hi.
Thank you.
Can you turn on your video, Nabila?
Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Oh, okay. I can't on my video. I don't know why.
Oh, all right. It's okay. So Nabila, can you just pick any number from 1 to 813 and we will check our registration list. Who will be that person, the lucky person? Any number,
okay.
1 to 813.
630.
Come again, 630.
Yeah, 13.
13, 613. All right.
Yes.
Nabila, are you a lecturer, a student? You're from Malaysia or what? Can you just introduce yourself?
I'm a student from UPNM. Yeah, in Malaysia.
All right. Okay, you're
She's
in
one of our
Malaysia.
student volunteers, Dr. Joanne. She has helped.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. All right. Okay, so let me share my screen. $613, 613. All right, we have Ronita from India. Ronita from India, postgraduate student. Is Ronita here?
I don't think Ronita is here in this channel.
All right, then that means the product will be given to Nabila. All right. So Nabila, please do not forget to give your
Oh.
details. Yeah.
Okay.
We will pass you all these products later. All right. We'll
Oh,
keep in
okay.
touch with you. Congratulations. Can you now turn on your video so we can have a screenshot photo?
Okay, I'll try. I have to set my wait now setting for my iPad. Mm,
It's okay, Nabila. No worries. You're just in Malaysia. We can take photos later.
all right.
All right. It's now 2:26 and you have to be back by 2:27, right? So we're done. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Chaihong, Prof. Adlina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. The sentence close.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, if everybody is here, we shall begin the session in a while. First of all, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to all the speakers and participants. My name is Dr. Adlina Sulaiman. I am a lecturer at the Community Medicine Department of the School of Medicine, International Medical University. First of all, there's some housekeeping announcements. Okay. The session will run from 2:30 to 4 o'clock. We have one invited speaker, which is Prof. Ashar, followed by two students' presentation. The two students are Amelia Chin and Muhammad Zulfikar. Is everybody in the group now? I just want to need your attendance. Is everybody here? Prof. Ashar, are you here? Hello.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, Professor, you're here. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Amelia Chin and Muhammad Zulfikar, are you here?
Hi, doctor. I'm here. I'm Amelia.
Good. And Muhammad Zulfikar?
Hi, Prof. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. So so what we can do now is that when during this time, we are going to turn off. Please turn off your mic and camera except for those who are speaking. We will take a group photo at the end of the session. Who's helping me with this? Because okay, I guess somebody from the secretariat will be helping me with this. And then please type any question in the chat box if you have any questions for any of the speakers. All right. So for now, I will now introduce you to the first speaker, a very good friend of mine who I've known for quite some time now. Okay, Prof. Ashar. He is actually a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist and a medical educationist from the Faculty of Medicine and Defence Health UPNM. Okay. Dr. Ashar obtained his Doctor of Medicine degree from the National University of Malaysia, UKM, in 1979. He's actually my senior. Okay, I graduated in 1985. And he was awarded the Gold Medal for Obstetrics and Gynecology. Okay. Now, in 1982, Dr. Ashar completed his postgraduate degree, M.Med in Obstetrics and Gynecology at the National University of Singapore. Following that, he was trained in infertility management and further pursued another postgraduate degree in medical education. Prof. Ashar has about 35 years of experience as an academic lecturer in both public and private higher learning medical institutions. He has wide experience in traditional, integrated, and problem-based curriculum. Prof. Ashar has several publications in peer-reviewed journals, and he has got a book and has presented widely at local, national, and international conferences and meetings. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Prof. Ashar, and he will give his talk. Thank you very much.
During the current COVID-19 pandemic, the term new normal became popular to describe the new way we socialize, work, learn, and live our life. Medical education is also not exempted from this new normal. Social distancing, movement control order, and the ban of a mass gathering causes many medical faculty to temporarily halt their operation while reassessing the situation and strategizing the best way to move forward. The global COVID-19 pandemic impacted every sphere of human life, including medical education, resulting in the suspension of face-to-face teaching in medical schools across the world. Medical schools have adopted several innovative strategies in response to the crisis, which shift to online learning and assessment. The COVID-19 pandemic required a massive and rapid change in the way we deliver medical education, particularly to the junior years of the medical program. COVID-19 has caused unprecedented disruption to the medical education process in Malaysia. The high contagious nature of the virus has made it difficult to continue lectures as usual, thus influencing the medical education process, which is based on lectures and patient-based education. As lockdown is now mandatory and with people maintaining home quarantine, medical schools are observing radical changes. Online equivalents are now the obvious and significant necessity in the replacement of in-person classes. But this again creates a lack of collaborative experiences, which is necessary aspect of medical education. Many medical students are now missing the opportunity of personal development done through face-to-face education. This face-to-face education plays an important role that has helped the student in achieving their competency in clinical skill. So this lost opportunity may act as a disadvantage for medical student career planning and also to the educator. Practice-based learning is the backbone of the medical education for future doctors. Hospital, clinics, and community services are where our future doctors learn, forge professional identity, and develop an orientation to patient-focused care that shape their medical practice. The COVID-19 pandemic has had profound impact on the medical education. The clinical placement stopped and teaching in classroom and laboratory was cancelled, leaving students to continue their study remotely. As a result, entire cohort of students have missed months of education experiences that would normally be considered fundamental in their education, training, and progression as a future doctor. All medical faculties need to take action in reassessing the situation and strategizing the best way to move forward. There is a need to develop a medical education curriculum that provides students with opportunity for continuous learning while also avoiding delay due to the pandemic. Medical education must go on. What was normal yesterday may not be so today. Therefore, changes are inevitable. The proper implementation of technology will help resolve this issue. Students now have to demonstrate the same competency that they used to do earlier, but innovatively. Adaptability and determination at this time are the two most challenging aspects that medical students and medical educators are experiencing. We as medical educators are faced with several challenges with regard to continuing medical education to our students. Restrictions to the clinical bedside teaching opportunity will affect the student clinical skill competency. The challenges: what will be the best way to continue clinical hands-on training during the pandemic situation? Secondly, unable to complete clerkship training because clinical rotation has been suspended. Challenges: how to continue the clinical clerkship training. Other challenges include a fear that medical students may contract the virus during their training and may transmit it to the community. Students are required to stay at home and to abide by social distancing guidelines. The challenges: we must develop a medical education curriculum that provides students with opportunity for continuous learning while also avoiding delay due to the pandemic. As we move forward, a COVID-19 generation of medical students must continue their education. Synchronized and asynchronous online teaching become a norm in the new normal. Distant e-learning has emerged as a new method of teaching to maintain the continuity of medical education during the COVID-19 pandemic. Various platforms and applications has been implemented in distant e-learning, including Zoom, Microsoft Teams, WhatsApp group, Facebook group, YouTube channel, Moodles, and Skype. Some of the methods to be considered include scheduled live online video, lectures with interactive discussion, and the utilization of several different programs or self-study online recorded lecture made available online for medical students. The implementation of online learning in medical education is challenging. Barrier against adopting distance e-learning can be divided into three main levels: the technology infrastructure barrier, institutional educator barrier, and the student barrier. The lack of infrastructure, technology, internet access, and poor quality of internet services are examples of barriers that impact both learners and faculty members. Another important challenge against on e-learning is the reluctance and avoidance of educators to engage in new technologies and applications because of their limited knowledge or lacking proper training in this field. As institutional support is essential for the success of online learning, an institutional strategy should be designed to facilitate the implementation of key skills and the adoption of methodology by the faculty. Student readiness and attitude towards e-learning is the barrier towards e-learning. Therefore, it's very important for institutions to look into this issue before adopting the online learning and teaching. The student understanding of e-learning also need to be looked into. We have carried out a study conducted at NDUM on medical students. The aim of the study is to evaluate their knowledge, attitude, and practice against e-learning, which was proposed as a platform for providing medical education during the outbreak. Interestingly, none of the students disagree regarding the applicability of e-learning in medical education during the COVID-19 pandemic. The result also reveals an acceptance level of knowledge, attitudes, and practices regarding e-learning, which evidences the usability of e-learning during the COVID-19 break. Also, we noted that from the study, previous experience in an online learning was significant, associated with higher satisfaction among our students. The finding also highlights its potential to reach medical students and transform medical training. It is interesting to note from the study, they expect that distant e-learning can partially replace the traditional method in delivering theoretical but not clinical skill. Additionally, they were concerned about how e-learning could be applied to provide the clinical experience, especially in the final years of medical school, which depend heavily on bedside teaching. This is the challenges faced by the clinical educator. The next challenges that medical educators are facing is the challenges and opportunity of preclinical medical education. During COVID-19 crisis, the preclinical phase of medical curricula has introduced the novel culture of online home learning using technology-oriented innovation, which may extend to post-COVID era to maintain teaching and learning in medical education. Medical schools are currently facing the biggest challenges: training medical students within limitation of social distancing, especially in the clinical phase due to suspension of practical or lab session. The lack of hands-on training in the clinical years may have serious implications on the training of the current cohort of students, and they may struggle later in the clinical year. Preclinical phase plays a crucial role in shaping up scientifically grounded and clinically competent physicians. Clinical curriculum is considered the foundation and core component for clinical education and allows students to learn basic sciences. Learning in-depth mastery of the clinical knowledge is necessary to prepare tomorrow doctors for the scientific advances that are rapidly changing the perspective of medical practice. Clinical curriculum utilize didactic lecture with practical-oriented, laboratory-based hands-on training. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there is need for a change in the preclinical which will required lab-based learning. Medical educationists need to adopt a forward-thinking and scholarly approach with circular innovation to train future medical graduates during and after the pandemic. To make an online learning package beneficial, it needs to be suitably integrated into curriculum design to guide students through a learning journey rather than simply make available as another resource. Moreover, technology-based teaching modality must be evaluated for effectiveness and sustainability for the application in the clinical setting. The use of emergent technology, for example, artificial intelligence for adaptive learning, visual stimulation, and telehealth for education is most likely to be indispensable components of the transmission chain and post-COVID medical education. Another challenges during this pandemic crisis, how are we going to teach our clinical year students? Student activity in their clinical ward involve clocking patient, performing physical examination, following what round, performing what work such as taking blood from the patient, and many others. Since the gazettement of the MCO, no students are allowed in the ward. Many of them are worried that they might become less competent clinically. Effective teaching and learning for clinical years students during the pandemic is very challenging for all users. However, this situation should not stop lecturers from teaching clinical skills to medical students. Therefore, it needs modification for clinical teaching and learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. Adaptation utilizing e-learning methods are being implemented with the creativity of the lecturers. Virtual clinical teaching and the experiences was another method to be developed in responses to the suspension of clinical clerkship rotation. This would permit medical students to play the role of a healthcare professional by interviewing patients, working with the attendants to plan treatment, and counseling patients about their illnesses and prognosis. History taking can be conducted online, but it needs creativity. For example, this one of I use in my teaching. Using video communication application, students take history online directly from real or submitted patient. The lecturer acts as moderator, select a student to start the session by calling the name and switches on the microphone. After some time, moderator asks another student to continue asking questions until all information is gathered. Another student is given the task to present the case to the whole group. It fits the idea of virtual face-to-face teaching and learning for the student. Other students who are online learn from their friend how to correctly get a good clinical history from the patient and correctly present the case. The moderator finally discuss and comment on the process and guide them accordingly. This offline teaching learn on clocking the patient, clinical history, clinical presentation, and discussion can be done in a big group of students in which everyone involved in the activity in a similar environment. Furthermore, every student can review the recorded video of the session in the future for revision. Regarding physical examination, the moderator videotapes the general and specific physical examination using a smartphone after obtaining consent from the patient. The video is shown to the student through the webinar platform after presenting the clinical history, explanation to and discussion with the student about the physical examination in the video then follows. The moderator could then discuss activity the management of the patient with the student. This method temporarily replaces face-to-face clinical bedside teaching in this MCO period. Alternatively, if videotaping is not permitted by the patient, the moderator explains how he or she examined the patient and discuss expected clinical signs before presenting the finding to the student. Another alternative for clinical teaching online is to assign a clinical lecturer to a briefly summary cases in the ward every morning on starting the synchronous teaching. The rationale is for the student to be aware of cases being managed in the ward and openly discuss the management. Sharing interesting cases with the student have obtained encouraging feedback and directly stimulate them to learn more about the cases. This visual interface will stimulate bedside teaching. Another challenge for the medical education process is conducting examination. Online examinations are a difficult issue during the MCO. Some medical schools in Malaysia started to implement an online examination platform during the COVID-19 pandemic for final year medical students to prevent any further disruption and postponement of student graduation. However, it possesses several technical issues such as the availability of specific technical requirements, including cameras, microphone, and speaker with specific features so as to prevent any disruption and bias. It also possesses ethical challenges and several difficulties are encountered in terms of its implementation. For example, there might be a risk such as leak question which would prevent an inaccurate person assessment. Coverage of learning outcome by online assessment define what students should know or can do as the focal point of the learning process. Accordingly, assessment should reflect the learning outcome and provide essential assurance to a wide variety of stakeholders. However, with the current situation, flexibility to redesign the assessment should be contemplated. Learning outcomes are commonly classified using Bloom taxonomy into cognitive, psychomotor, and affective domain. Valid assessment of the psychomotor and affective domain, particularly in clinical performance assessment using online method, is difficult as it involves face-to-face observation. However, the assessment of certain components of clinical skills such as history taking and management might be possible. Table 1 shows examples of various possible online assessment modality for various types of clinical learning outcome. In conducting a theory exam, theory paper is the form of MCQ, scenario-based question, and objective structured clinical examination can be conducted online through the e-learning platform. A clinical scenario with photos can be used in OSCE examination. An interactive OSCE in real time might be impossible for a large group of students. Conducting clinical examination. If the situation of the pandemic continues, the medical school must find other creative ways to conduct clinical examination. One suggestion for a long case clinical examination is to have a group of 3 to 5 students conduct the same patient online under the supervision of a moderator cum examiner. They are given a fixed time of 30 minutes to complete the clocking. Then each of them is separately examined by different examiner online. Each student examiner pair uses a different webinar interface, and the exam process simultaneously starts for all pairs. After the clinical history presentation, The examiner then asks the student to describe the expected clinical sign in their patient. Discussion about the management start once the discussion about clinical sign is completed. Challenging is for the long case. For the short case, a video of a patient with positive clinical sign is shown to the student for them to describe the finding. Alternatively, they are shown a video of a doctor examining or performing a procedure on a patient for them to pick up the finding and discuss. Any good video from YouTube can be used for this. All examination methods suggested above are limited to the cognitive aspect of clinical skill, and it should be noted that student psychomotor competency is not assessed. Psychomotor assessment looks at the ability of the student to demonstrate the correct method of physical examination on the patient, which is impossible with the home lockdown situation. Psychomotor assessment needs to be done at a later date, and results from the current examination should be considered as a provisional and subject to a subsequent examination of a psychomotor skill. Several issues has been identified with regard to online examination. First, the conduct of the online examination must be synchronized or simultaneous for all students involved to minimize cheating. Hence, the internet connectivity must be optimal. During the conditional MCO, students are allowed to find better internet coverage. Therefore, there is hope that this issue will be minimized. The second issue is the security of the LMS, Learning Management System. As a student are not staying in one center, and therefore the environment during the conduct of exam is beyond the control of the university. This situation might induce cheating among candidates, which is a validity threat. The Malaysian Medical Council has provided a guideline to minimize cheating during the non-proctor and proctor online examination. Shuffling of question and the answer option are also ways to reduce cheating. The hard truth is that cheating among medical students is often no matter in what format. Apart from the measure described, nurturing honesty among students should be an important strategy. The institution needs to provide logistical and internet support to all nearby students regardless of their parent university should interstate travel be disallowed for students. This could also mitigate the risk of poor internet connectivity and validity threat. Another issue is the assessment of psychomotor domain during the examination. Creative method may be required for assessment, but still limited to the cognitive aspect of clinical skill. In conclusion, the coronavirus disease 2019 pandemic has caused an unprecedented disruption in medical education. The disease can cause life-threatening conditions and it presents challenges for medical education, as instructors must deliver lectures safely while ensuring integrity and continuity of the medical education process. It is therefore important to assess the usability of online learning methods and hybrid medical curriculum and to determine their feasibility and adequacy for medical students. As COVID-19 continues to impact on the way we live, work, and learn, it is becoming increasingly clear that medical school will need to be flexible, responsive, and creative in how they adapt to educating this next generation of future doctors at a time of physical distancing. The main global challenge of online learning for medical education during the COVID COVID-19 pandemic is to optimize the design to ensure that potential of online learning can be fully realized. This challenge is likely to be resolved if there is careful attention to the design of online learning by using a rapid interactive method that involves all stakeholders. This method provides the essential opportunity to refine the development, delivery, and implementation in response to the specific local context. It is also important that medical education share their experiences of designing online learning, but it's also essential that this report contains sufficient information to be used for medical educators in another context. In summary, and finally, the time for change is now, and there should be support and enthusiasm for providing valid solutions to reduce this disruption, such as online training and visual clinical experiences. This measure could then be followed by hands-on experience that is provided in a safe environment. As the medical faculty and students are balancing with the challenges and changes of this critical time, it is important to observe how COVID-19 leaves its impact on medical education and in the career of medical students in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Azhar. That was a very enlightening talk, and it actually it has covered all the challenges that we are having teaching clinical medicine, especially. We have only 5 minutes for questions and answers. Could anybody who wants to give a question? Can you? Is there a chat in the chat? Is it the questions? Okay, let me see. Has anybody got any questions that they want to ask online? Okay, there is one question here. I think so. Wait, let me see. No, this not for Prof. Azhar. Okay, anybody would like to ask any questions? Prof. Azhar, I have one question for you, Prof.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. It came to mind of the possibility of using medical specialists that are at the home outside the university, and they have their own clinics, but they're outside the university, to come and help for the students that cannot move across boundaries. Do you think that is a feasible option? Bring them in to help us?
Thank you, Prof. Alida. I think there is one more of the other solution, right? Because we have this this medical clinic, which they do open their distribution, right? So this is also one way which the medical practitioner can offer, can guide to our teachers and clinic, especially in the clinical skill.
Yeah.
That is one good option, yeah.
Yeah, supposedly we can give them the rubrics, the guidelines, and then they can bring the students in, and actually they can do the physical there, and you can also see, we can have the videotaped or whatever to make sure that they follow the assessment rubric and all that lah. That was what I was thinking, but it just came off my mind. Not now actually, it was about a few weeks ago I thought about it, but I never really had any idea of how to work it out. So maybe you can have a discussion on how to do it. Suppose we have to get them to recruit them. There's a lot of things to be done there. There's I know how payment and all that also you got to think about. Yeah, that was one of the questions. Yeah.
That's good. That's also one of the solution making use of this one. Yeah, we can also as invite them or we appoint them as our so-called adjunct lecturer. And we adjunct at the university will have this one. They have their appointment. Yeah, that's good because the student will have a hands-on clinic. And then moreover, they only won't take so much of the most of 2 students, but we got several clinics. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one which we should look into it.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, anybody else would like to ask any questions? Come on. This is medical education. I'm sure everybody is interested. Any questions?
Hi, Prof. Maybe can I ask a question?
Sure, Toh, Dr. Toh. Yeah, my co-judge.
Hi, Prof. I would like to know your view in terms of the validity of the students' performance. Okay, because when it comes to all these online assessments, what do you think? Will the performance actually reflect their actual capability? Performance in terms of the assessment.
And there's a that's one challenge that we're facing when we use online what we call assessment, right? Because they need to see how validity of that. Because the performance, okay, if you performance, the performance one would be like doing to how to access their connective the knowledge. I think that can be done through what we call even through online. That means we can have through all these MCQ scenario-based question. That one we can do because we want to assess. But the thing is that how are we going to validity or likely to assess their clinical component? Oh, that's really a very challenging, right? As long if you are still locked down, you have to think how are you going to assess? Yes, because one way, yes, we can assess taking clinical assessment will be like taking history. Taking history, yes, can be done online. Can be online because the student will take history from a patient, either a real patient which can get from the ward, we can have from the student patient. That's okay. And then student can and the student can come with the diagnosis. But the next question is that okay, now the next part is to perform we call clinical. Oh, that's really challenging. Challenging there is psychomotor. Psychomotor, we have to see the student how to perform because in one way, how is their ethical or the professional in where they perform? Are they perform the right technique? Are they really recall as I say, are they exposing the student the patient? Oh, that's very challenging. So we should think one way is that okay, what we can do even take from like say a video or we just take from recorded, we are showing, okay, let student examine. But the way is it looking for anemia, but the technique is how they are going to examine. Are they using the right technique? That's what we do. That's why I said very challenging. The only way which I can think. So that means, yeah, we can run our online. At the same time, we can do discussion. We can do regarding the management. All can be done. But comes to the proper psychomotor, that's where we should think. Could we think when we could hold another what they have assessment, we consider like provisional, conditional. That means one everything settled, then we go additional. Yeah. Tell you, yes, very challenging.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Asa. I have to end the session here because we're going to go to the next one. But it was very stimulating and very exciting, and so we will discuss this further sometime, Prof. Thank you so much. Okay.
Welcome.
Okay. Right. Dr. Tu, you're here, huh? So you ready, Dr. Tu, for the judging?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Tu. Right. Can I please invite Miss Amelia Chin? Who is going to present about remote e-exams versus in-campus exams.
Hi, I'm Amelia, a Semester 5 medical student from International Medical University, and on behalf of my group of 19 students, I will be presenting our research results for our community
sorry,
health
doctor?
survey project.
Sorry, I think
Our research title is
I think I submitted a one that had my face in it.
Amelia, do you want to share with us your slides? Or do you want it to, yeah.
No, I mean like I submitted a video that had my face in it.
Okay, is it any different from this one?
Because like it actually the presentation needs my face in it, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't? Oh, okay.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it just to need Dr. Chai, correct?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, okay. So, so shall we play the video?
Yeah,
Emilia? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's fine then. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Amelia, a Semester 5 medical student from International Medical University, and on behalf of my group of 19 students, I will be presenting our research results for our Community Health Survey project. Our research title is Remote E-Exams versus In-Campus Exams, the Stress and Behavioral Changes Among Preclinical Years MBBS Students of IMU During the COVID-19 Pandemic. This slide shows the abstract for our study. It includes the background, the aims, the methods, the results, the conclusion, as well as the keywords for our study. I will be further explaining all this in the following slides. Let's start off with the introduction. On the 18th of March of the year 2020, the Malaysian government enforced a movement control order to curb the spread of COVID-19. Movements as well as mass gatherings such as sports activities as well as cultural activities have been prohibited. Places of worship as well as business premises, except for those providing essential services, were forbidden to be open as well. Places of education have not been spared as well. As physical learning has been converted into an online and virtual format, and physical exams has been converted into e-exams, this raises a really important question, which is whether there'll be a change in the stress levels as well as behavior in the students. This brings us to the objective for our study, which is to determine stress, factors affecting stress, and behavioral changes among students between remote e-exams and in-campus exams, and if there were associations between stress factors, behavioral changes, and mode of exams among these students. The following slides show the literature review done for our study. Please have a look. Moving on to the methodology of our research. For our research design, we conducted a cross-sectional study. We conducted an online survey using Google Forms, and because of the CMCO implemented, we were not able to carry out any physical survey. We broadcasted the Google Form via various social media platforms. As for our research period, it was from the 4th of January of the year 2021 to the 12th of January of the year 2021. For our study population, it includes IMU students who are in the MBBS course and in their preclinical years, and they are from cohorts ME118 and ME218. For our sample size estimation, we use this formula provided by Yamin. As the population of ME118 and ME218 is small, we decided to use a census sampling method. As you can see, there are 142 students from ME118 and 198 students from ME218, giving us a grand total of 340 students. Although we decided to go with a census sampling method, we used the formula provided by Yamin in order to calculate the minimum amount of responses in the case where we are not able to obtain 100% respondents. After putting in the number into the formula, we obtained a sample size of 184. We gave an attrition rate of 20% to account for non-response, and we obtained a final sample size of 221. For our eligibility criteria, it includes students from cohort ME118 and ME218. They must be age 18 and above, and they must have passed their FPE Part 1 and 2. FPE is the professional exam for IMU medical students. It is split into two parts, hence Part 1 and 2. They are completed in semester 3 and 5 respectively. Students are tested on OSCE, OSPE, short answer questions, as well as extended matching questions. For our conceptual definition, Stress is defined as the degree to which you feel overwhelmed or unable to cope as a result of pressures that are unmanageable. As for behavior change, it is defined as any alteration or adjustment of behavior that affects the patient's functioning brought about by psychotherapeutic or other interventions or occurring spontaneously. As for our operational definition, stress is defined as questions covering comparison of stress levels between remote e-exams and in-campus exams, as well as factors associated with stress. As for behavior change, it is defined as changes in quality of sleep, changes in consumption, changes in quality time spent, as well as changes in habits. For our study instrument, we use a self-reporting questionnaire which consists of 35 questions adapted from various literatures. It is divided into 3 parts, Part A being social demographics, Part B being stress and factors associated with stress, Part C being behavioral changes related to remote e-exams. Before sending out our survey to the target population, we conducted a pilot testing. We sent the survey to students from our cohort, which is ME119, and we obtained 50 responses. The feedback obtained from the pilot testing was used to adjust answer options as well as question structure. As this is a preliminary study on the topic and there were only 2 days for us to collect data, we were only able to conduct a pilot testing but not a psychometric testing. Moving on to the results of our research. This slide shows the results characteristics. As a summary, most of our respondents are female. In terms of ethnicity, most of our respondents are Chinese, followed by Indian and Malay. In terms of nationality, most of our respondents are Malaysians. In terms of age, most of our respondents are above 21 years old. In terms of cohort, most of our respondents are from ME218. And finally, in terms of location, most of our respondents are from the urban areas. This slide shows the summary of the respondents. Although we used a census sampling method and calculated a minimum sample size of 221, the return response rate was only 65.2%. The percentage of students who reported more stress during e-exams were 50.7%, whereas the percentage of students who reported more stress during in-campus exams were 49.3%. For the students who reported more stress during e-exams, it may be because 75.3% of them found open book questions to be more difficult. 76.7% of them experienced technical problems. 71.2% of them found the exam duration to be insufficient. 53.4% of them felt that they received insufficient assistance during e-exams. And finally, 34.2% of them found their home environment to be inappropriate. In terms of behavioral changes, 58.9% of them noticed that they crave for food and drinks with high sugar content and find themselves to be eating less healthy. In our survey, we included questions to find out the calm and relaxing activities as well as activities that may potentiate addiction that students have participated in during the e-exam period. For calm and relaxing activities, the activity most participated by students is cooking and baking, followed by exercising, and finally singing and dancing. As for activities that may potentiate addiction, the activity most participated by students is excessive social media, followed by excessive gaming and binge eating. For the factors associated with exam stress that were found to be significant, technical errors have a p-value of less than 0.001 and a moderate strength of association. For open book exam questions being more difficult than closed book exam, the p-value is 0.038 and there is a weak strength of association. For inappropriate home environment, the p-value is 0.005 and there is a weak strength of association. For insufficient exam duration, the p-value is 0.004 and there's a weak strength of association. And finally, for insufficient assistance during exam, the p-value is 0.011 and there is a weak strength of association. For behavioral changes during e-exam period, Craving for food and drinks with high sugar content has a p-value of 0.03 and a weak strength of association, and not eating healthier than before has a p-value of 0.004 and a weak strength of association. Moving on to the discussion. For the discussion on stress factors with e-exams, students reported remote e-exams and in-campus exams to be likewise stressful. A study conducted by Al-Salam et al. Proved e-exams to be more stressful. However, in contrast, studies conducted by University Kebangsaan Malaysia and Ash Shobat University College Jordan showed students were able to gain a positive experience in remote e-exams. Most students who reported more stress with remote e-exams experienced technical difficulties. This may be due to the students returning to their homes, which are located in rural areas, and they face unstable internet connectivity. More than half of the students reported insufficient assistance from the university during e-exams. Based on a study done in Pakistan, it stated that lack of communication with instructors or facilitators and slow response rate were the main factors that increased student stress, which could explain IMU students' response. 71.2% of students who found e-exams to be more stressful reported insufficient e-exam duration. This may be due to open book exam questions being more complicated. 65.8% of all students prefer their home environment. This contradicts with the postgraduate student study. However, this may be due to the difference between the types of courses, as well as there being lesser issues in a 1-hour exam compared to postgraduate students' exam, which usually takes over an hour. This further reinforces the fact that students prefer the home exam environment. For the discussion on behavioral changes, there is also a change in diet observed with increased stress. This may be due to time constraints to cook healthy, as well as easier preparation for unhealthy food. There is also an increased craving for food and drinks with high sugar content observed with increased stress. This may be due to students felt that sugary food and drinks help them to avoid sleepiness, improve their concentration, reduce their anxiety levels, as well as improve their alertness. Activities that may potentiate addiction was predominant in students who find e-exam to be more stressful. Excessive social media was the most selected option, whereas others was the least selected option. In regards to activities which were calm and relaxing, more than half of the students have shown to have adapted these activities. This may be because these activities help them to reduce their stress levels. All in all, both types of activities have been adapted by students, and it may be because both activities helps to reduce their stress levels. In conclusion, the difference between the percentage of students who found e-exams to be more stressful and students who found in-campus exams to be more stressful was minimal. The main factors contributing to e-exam stress include technical errors, question difficulty, inappropriate home environment, insufficient exam duration, as well as insufficient assistance. The main behavioral changes observed was craving for food and drinks with high sugar content, as well as less healthy eating habits. The limitations for our study was a low response rate, as well as the subjects are only limited to IMU and BBS students. The recommendation for our study would be the identified stress factors primarily related to the conduct of e-exams need to be looked into by the university, and frequent customized stress management programs for students may be helpful to address these concerns. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amelia. That was a very clear presentation. Dr. To, do you have any questions? I open it up to you first.
Okay, sure. Hi, Amelia. Thanks for your interesting study. Okay, I'm sure a lot of students are facing this issue at the moment. Okay, and now I'm just wondering, why did you actually split the concept like conceptual and operational? And which one is actually more relevant to your studies?
Okay, so the conceptual definition is just a general definition on what stress and behavioral means. And then for the operational, it's more relevant to our study because it's defined based on our study. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you mean by cross-sectional studies?
Okay.
Because you actually mentioned that your study design.
Yeah. Give me a can you give me a
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so what I meant by the cross-sectional study was done based on what we observed from our target population. And then it doesn't really represent like the entire, like for example all students across Malaysia or something. It just like represents like a really small, like because like we're only targeting IMU students but not a large population, so it's like a subset of all other medical students. Does that make sense?
Maybe some further.
Okay, so like
a lot of studies.
I think like from my understanding what it means is because we're only conducting it on IMU students, so it's not really representing like we mentioned in the limitations, it's not really representing the entire population. It's just representing a subset of the big population, which is medical students.
Okay. Okay. Prof. Alina, do you want to go on with your question first?
Amelia, the conclusion from the results of the relationship that you found, okay, at the p-value, I think there was a little bit of a mistake there. I think if you look back at that slide, you will find that you put the p-value of 0.004 being weak. It is a p-value of 0.04 is weak, but it is 0.004, it is strong because it is triple digit. Okay, so just check back on C. I think your values was 0.04, not 0.004. There's the other one was 0.05. It's actually not 0.005. Okay, just check back that result part because
Okay.
Because both are weak. You say both are weak, but actually if it is a triple digit behind there, that means it is going to be a strong. All right? Just to info you, because it's definitely bigger difference, okay? I think Dr. To is laughing there, so all right, correct?
Yeah, doctor, I think like the values, right? I think because like for the significance, right, we are using the p-value. But then
yes, of course, yes, it's the p-value. But your cutoff point too, because using anything that's significant is anything less than 0.05, correct?
Yes,
0.05, yes. But if it is, that means if it is 0.005, the association will be very strong, isn't it?
Oh, for the associations, right, we are not basing it on the p-value actually. We are using the Pi and Kramer's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So for Pi and Kramer's, right? For our study, we took more than 0. Okay, so 0.1 is counted as weak.
Okay.
The maximum value is 1, right? So 0.1 is counted as weak, and then 0.3 is a moderate strength of association, and then 0.5 is and above is a strong association. So from what we calculated on Pi and Kramer's, right, that was the association that we got.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because I think it will be good that you actually explain what does your p-value mean and what actually leads to the different level of association in the studies.
Okay.
Do we still have time, Prof. Alina?
1 more minute.
Okay.
Yes, correct. You still have time here.
Okay, so Amelia, I'm just wondering, now your conclusion is 50%, 50%. It's almost 50-50.
Yeah.
Half the students feel stressed, half the students feel not so stressful. So based on your opinion, do you think that we need to do something about it?
Yeah, I think like so we found out that they are both equally stressful, but we also found out that there are some of the factors that are actually causing e-exams to be more stressed. So I feel like from our study, right, the identified stress factors can actually be used by the university to try and help out the students in any way they can. Like,
but if we help the population that feel e-exams are more stressful, then we will be creating more stress to the students that feel more stressed to sit for exams in campus, right? Or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think like that the finding out part of the finding out which exam is more stressful is just one part of our study. Like most of our study is actually targeted to finding out which are the factors that are contributing to student stress during e-exam, and then we try and sort that out. But for the in-campus part, probably like another study has to be done on how to help out those students who actually face more stress during those exams, because our study is more like targeted into finding out what is actually causing this group of students who find e-exam to be more stressful.
Okay. And just maybe a suggestion, if you can look into the level of stress instead of stress by itself, maybe it will be something interesting as well.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's all from me, Prof. Adelina. Thanks.
Questions on the floor? Any questions from the floor, please? No. Okay. If there is no questions, thank you very much, Amelia, for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you, doctors.
Okay, shall we go to Muhammad Zulfikar?
Yes, Prof. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Please, yeah.
Assalamualaikum and hello everyone. I hope everybody is doing fine. My name is Zul to present my research finding on correlation study between personal enrichment competency modules effectiveness and interprofessional collaboration readiness among medical and health science undergraduate. I am currently supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Indang Aryati Arifin. We are from Management and Science University. So, before I begin, this is my presentation flow, which comprises of introduction, literature review, methodology, result, discussion and conclusion, and followed by references. Moving on to the next slide. So this slide is just to show you the general background of my research. So how it leads toward the development of this study. So currently, delivery of healthcare are becoming difficult and challenging. So due to that, the delivery of medical services today has migrated from solo effort to a group-based or team-based, which is also termed as interprofessional because physicians alone hardly to fulfill the current medical needs. So based on WHO, a well-collaborative union involving wide range of field would be a favor. Hence, early undergraduate studies must apply interprofessional concept in their education system. So moving on to the problem statement. So many professions in healthcare sector have not received an extensive consideration because only small specific areas have developed interprofessional education or collaboration. So since IPE or IPP has been proven to be effective, we still need to further explore on various healthcare disciplines. This issue needs to be discussed on the impact of the professional enrichment competency modules that we are currently developing on various professions. And for this study, focus is given to medical, pharmacy, and health science school. So moving on to my research question, integrating the IPE or IPP through effective personal enrichment competency modules or PEC in health science education by evaluating readiness for interprofessional learning skill or RIPLES of undergraduate students, enable future improvisation and constructive collaboration in healthcare education to be implemented in order to improve healthcare delivery around the world. So for my hypothesis, null hypothesis, there is no correlation between effectiveness of the PEC and RIPLES through healthcare education, particularly in medical, pharmacy, and health science faculty. And alternatively, there is correlation between effectiveness of PEC modules and RIPLES readiness or IP collaboration readiness through RIPLES through healthcare education, particularly in medical school with the Faculty of Health Science. So my general objective is that to illustrate the integration of IPE in enrichment competency modules in healthcare areas, specifically through assessing the effectiveness of PEC modules in healthcare education among the students, to evaluate the IP collaboration readiness through RIPLES skills in healthcare academics amongst the students, and to assess the correlation between both variables. Moving on to the next slide, which is the literature review. Despite just to describe the IPE consists of shared learning experiences involving students and educators across cultural and institutional boundaries. And importantly, it educates from a wide range of careers that provide impact on IP collaboration. Next is interprofessional practice. So IPP more focused on real life cases, but IPP and IPE programs have unable to provide measurable effects on medical outcomes in the past few years. This could be due to lack of unifying conceptual framework to IP evolution, and thus it requires proper planning for necessary strategies to improve real life settings. So next is the current trend in medical and health science related curriculum. So our current trend for this education is by emphasizing behavior, encouragement, and educational outcomes in the past decades. However, education environment for healthcare also influenced by various other aspects such as physical space, environment, culture of the organization, social interaction, as well as training method. So these are the factors that affect the curriculum effectiveness. For the IPE and IPP in medical and health science education, so how is it affect the health science education for the IP? It is commonly by awareness or joint research to continue the growth of the IP. It is for Institute of Medicine USA have evaluated the IP entirely through patient outcomes population outcomes, and health systems. So they consult this by sort of guidelines for preparation, upgrading, as well as IP assessment in healthcare settings. So how about the usage of PEC modules in general education? So PEC is one of the academic enrichment modules or personal enrichment competency module PEC that established targeting various study disciplines. Interestingly, it has documented successes through test marks, curricular skills, and basic understanding. The target is to enhance the awareness, understanding, and services for enabling growth of future careers. So for the application of IPE on PEC modules in medical and science education, that is what we are focusing at. This research focused to apply the IP collaboration readiness and PEC modules competency effectiveness in medical and health science education by cooperative approach through bidirectional exchanges of knowledge and experiences of different areas. The study have even may be implemented in public higher education, simplified as PEC modules if the outcomes is showed a positive way. So moving on methodology. The inclusion criteria include undergraduate students with the mentioned faculties only at the Malaysian University, which is MSU, exclusive of the postgraduate, pre-university, and non-MSU students. The questionnaire will be cross-sectional. It's a cross-sectional investigation. Data is confidential, protected. Participation is voluntary and anonymous. For the first variable, effectiveness on PEC module by evaluating the delivery and content of the taught modules. Next is the assessment on ripples for the second variable by evaluating the usefulness and the benefit toward IP collaboration. And statistical analysis, descriptive analysis on the competency module and the IP assessment, and correlation analysis for both of the variable. So moving on to my theoretical framework of this study, which involved the three different backgrounds, particularly medical, pharmacy, and health science students for the IP collaboration integration into PEC platform. The PEC consists of IP teamwork, communication, leadership, and ethical values. Finally, the outcomes will focus on individual, educational, and organizational aspects. Moving on to the results. So this is the demographic data of total respondents, including the gender. The male comprised of 69.2 and female 30.8. And for year of education, year one predominantly answering the surveys and ethnicity. We have Malay, Chinese, and Indian, and most of them has prior exposure towards IPE, and most of the students are from the medical program. So for the first variable, we assess the PEC modules, and we see all of the assessment is above average of the scores, inclusive of overall module experiences, experience of teaching and learning, impact of module on student professions, and how students structure their learning, practicum, and overall module assessment. And for the next variable is the assessment on interprofessional collaboration through Ripple scale, which already established. This also signifies the above average scores of the Ripple scales and inclusive of the teamwork and collaboration, team, negative professional identity, positive professional identity, and roles and responsibilities, especially in IP. After assessing the normality test for both variables, we have further assessed for spearmint's correlation for both variables, PC module effectiveness and IP readiness. So we see the significance level 2 till less than 0.001, which showed a significant difference between both variables. So there was an effective PEC delivery and contents among undergraduates in medical school, pharmacy school, and faculty of health science. Undergraduate in medical school, pharmacy school, and faculty of health sciences were shown to be ready for interprofessional collaboration when entering professional careers. Experiments rank or the correlation test was run to determine the correlation between the both variables, and this because both variables reported to be not passing the normality test and considered for this test. There was a strong positive correlation between PEC effectiveness and IP readiness, which was statistically significant, with value of R 0.670 and P less than 0.001. New knowledge were generated regarding the effectiveness of IPE for PEC modules in the healthcare sector. This focuses moreover on the assessment of pedagogical approach of theory of learning among undergraduates in medical school, pharmacy school, and faculty of health science, which allow for a better education system and to improve the undergraduate, especially to prepare them to enter the real clinical environment or healthcare settings. Here are the reference for this presentation. I would like to acknowledge the postgraduate centers, Management and Science University to support this research project, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Muhammad Zafaka. Okay, now can Dr. To, your comments, please?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Where's the present? Okay. Should I call you Zul?
Yes, I'm Zo.
Okay. Okay. Hi. Thank you very much, Zul. Your studies actually is very, very interesting. Okay, and really thank you for telling us what kind of statistical tool that you actually use, because it actually clarifies whether or not the results is actually significant. Okay, and just wondering, did you adopt the questionnaire from some studies, or
Yes.
did you actually do a validation?
Actually, we adopt from study in Malaysia. So we have obtained the permission from that study, and then after that we do adaptation in this study to study the correlation between the PEC modules and the IP readiness. Doctor.
Okay, okay. So because I think I missed out the citation of your questionnaire. If you actually adopt from somewhere, you probably have to cite them in your, I think I don't, or maybe I missed it. Okay, and where's my other question? Okay, so for your questions, are they all in Likert scale?
Sorry, Doctor?
For your questions in your questionnaire,
Yes,
are they in Likert scale?
Likert scale. The scale range from 1 to 5. Yes, Likert scale.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll ask these two questions first for now. Prof. Adelina, maybe goes back to you.
Yeah, because of the lack of time, I just want to ask you one question only. So what are you going to do with this? You have found something interesting. How are you going to proceed after this? What will you do with these results?
Thank you, Prof, for the question. Actually, because of this, actually this is still under investigation, because we look forward to measure or assess this by using a qualitative study in order to confirm the quantitative study that we have done in this questionnaire. So probably in qualitative study, we do focus group interviews in order to further clarify or further confirm the analysis that we have obtained in the survey or this questionnaire, Prof.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else would like to ask any questions? Dr. To, you have any more questions?
I think it's all right. The time is up, right?
Yeah, time is up because we have to have a small break before the next session. Okay, so thank you very much, Zul. Thank you very much to Dr. To for being here with us. And shall I return the whole event back to the organizers? Dr. Chai.
Yes, Prof. Adina, thank you so much for chairing the session. And thank you, Dr. To, for being the judge. Very much appreciate. And I'm sure all the students have been benefited from this session. And also special thanks to Prof. Azahar for your excellent sharing and always very selfless to share your opinions and thoughts. And yeah, we came to the end of these sessions. May I invite everybody to turn on your camera so that we can take a group photo, please? Okay, let's see how we can do this to fit everybody in the screen. Okay. I'm not so good in this. Nabila, can you help, or Jojo? How do we put like multiple view of all the speakers' faces?
Prof, on the top right corner, there's a view.
Top right corner view, yes.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
change that
So
to
gallery view. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Oh, I have 2 accounts. All right. Hey, so we have everybody here. Emilia, do you want to turn on your camera? Yes. Kei Chung, Hani, Aind, and Shantini, as well as Michelle, Angelica, and Fiona as well. Yes, thank you so much. Michelle, are you here? Michelle? Aind, Han Yi, and Kei Chung. Okay, I think we have almost everybody here. Okay, let's take a group photo. Smile, everyone, smile. Okay, one more time. Thank you so much. Say cheese. Okay, thank you so much. Well done, everyone. Thank you so much. And take care, everyone. Please don't leave first. We have our next session, which is the expert's perspective. We have 2 invited speakers. Well, I shouldn't introduce because one of the speakers is myself. I will pass the chair to Dr. To. Dr. To.
Hi, Chai, should we start the session now or we'll start at 4?
I think we should start at 4, but you can start with some introduction or Would you like to briefly introduce yourself, maybe?
Oh, I think then maybe I can introduce the two invited speakers. Yeah, then we can have smoother transition later.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
so will Jojo or Nabila be projecting the slide, or I will be projecting?
Nabila supposed to share the slide.
Yeah, but the Jojo decide we shifted, so Jojo will share the slides.
Okay. Is Jojo here?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah,
You
Jojo.
want to share
Yes.
now?
Can you
Do I
please share the, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I am To from School of Medicine, Taylor's University, and I'm actually a senior lecturer in physiology. Okay, so today, thank you very much to the webinar organizer for having me to be your chair for this session. Okay, so we always have a saying, we save the best for last. Okay, so make sure that you stay until the very end, because this last session, we actually have these two experts that will be listening to their thoughts and what's their perspectives in terms of the topic given. Okay, so the first speaker that we have is actually Dr. Yong, okay, Associate Professor Dr. Yong. She's actually a medical physicist, okay, and she's also a certified radiation protection officer. And currently she's our Associate Professor at Taylor's University, okay, leading our non-communicable diseases research cluster, okay. And her research focus is basically on image-guided minimally invasive cancer therapies, 3D printing in medicine, and radiomics. Okay, with her enthusiasm, okay, in her research, she actually owns 3 patents at the moment. Okay, so she has completed the IAEA clinical training of medical physicists specializing in diagnostic radiology, and at the moment, in terms of involvement in international societies, okay, she's the chair of the AFOMP. Okay, sorry, she's the chair of the Professional Relations Committee, okay, in the AFOMP, and she's also the vice president of SEAFOMP, and she's the founding member of the ACOMP. Okay, and
Hospitalized pediatric patients. So we should
okay, so at the moment, she has already received multiple local and international awards, okay, as of to date. And some of the very outstanding ones include the SEFOMP Young Leader Award, okay, and Taylor's University's President's Award for Research and Innovation, okay, and also the Certificate of Merit awarded by the European Society of Radiology, okay. Without further ado, okay, please put your virtual hands claps together, okay, and let's us welcome Associate Prof. Dr. Yong.
Thank you so much, Dr. To. I have prepared a video and Jojo can share it. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chai Hong from School of Medicine, Taylor's University, Malaysia. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to give this talk in this meaningful event. The topic of my presentation today is community support during COVID-19 pandemic. This is according to the WHO daily statistics on COVID-19 worldwide. As of 24 February 2021, there have been 111 million confirmed cases of COVID-19, including 2.5 million deaths worldwide. These numbers are submitted by the member countries, and many people have the concerns that the numbers might be underreported. How bad exactly is the 2.5 million? If we were to compare to the whole population of Kuala Lumpur, which is about 1.8 million, it simply means everyone in this city might have died from COVID-19. And that is equivalent to half of the population in the whole of Singapore. And how bad is the 111 millions? If we compare to the country's population, that is equivalent to the whole populations of the Philippines. And if compared to Indonesia, which is one of the largest country in the world, that has a population of 273 millions, it means half of the population in Indonesia might have been infected by COVID-19. Of course, this is not the first time humans experience a pandemic. In the past, we have several pandemics such as smallpox, Spanish flu, HIV/AIDS, Ebola, MERS, SARS, and etc. And COVID-19 has placed itself right after the 17th century of Great Plagues, which has claimed about 3 million of lives. And bear in mind that this number of COVID-19 is still ongoing at the moment. If that figure doesn't scare you enough, let's look at this chart. In just 6 months' time, COVID-19 has placed itself as the third global killer among all other causes of death globally. And this number is still increasing every day now. This statistics was captured in July 2020. Unfortunately, we do not have the recent statistics yet. Let's recap a little bit on the Malaysia scenario. In Malaysia, we recorded the first COVID-19 cases on 25th of January 2020. On 17th of March, the first 2 deaths were reported. This has given alarm to the Malaysian government to start implementing the Movement Control Order 1.0 on 18th of March 2020. It has been extended a few times until the 3rd May 2020, followed by Conditional MCO and Recovery MCO. On the 28th of April, we recorded the 100th death. Fortunately, between April and October last year, we had experienced a low season of COVID-19 cases in Malaysia that indicating the effective implementation of MCO. However, on the 22nd of October, we seen the 200th death. And in less than a month, the number has increased to 300. And on December 11, the total cases has exceeded 80,400 deaths. This again give a big alarm to the Malaysian government and to start implementing MCO 2.0 on the 13th January this year, and it is still ongoing now. This chart shows the daily new cases of COVID-19 in Malaysia from March 2020 to February 2021. Our government has taken immediate action to implement a national lockdown in March 2020. And it is a very successful approach that we've seen a drastic drop of cases in March and April 2020, and we had experienced a long periods of low cases in compared to many other countries in the world. Unfortunately, in the last quarter of 2020, we started to see another wave of COVID-19. And in January 2021, our government implemented another phase of MCO, and since then, our number is dropping by day, and hopefully it will continue to drop. There is a scientific reasons behind the MCO or social distancing. The infectious rate of COVID-19, so-called as the R0 number, is 2 to 2.5, meaning that for every 1 person infected may infect another 2 or 2.5 persons. This is the mathematics behind social distancing. For example, on day 1, there was only 1 person infected, and if there is no social distancing implementing, on day 30, it is possible to have 400% infected. And with social distancing, it's possible to reduce the infectious rate by 75%. And on day 30, it's possible that only 2.5% get infected. It is critical to understand that the MCO or social distancing measure must be taken immediately. This chart shows that if the social distancing measure was taken 1 day apart, the black curve shows the number of cases if no social distancing measure taken in place. The numbers might increase drastically and rapidly. With social distancing measure, the number of cases could be possible to reduce by 75%. And if the social distancing measure was taken 1 day later, it is possible that the number of cases increased by 40%. This pandemic has actually introduced us to many new terminologies. One of them is so-called new normal, or in short form, we just call new norms. In our life, we have never imagined that we would need to wear a face mask everywhere we go when we leave our house. We have learned how to wash our hands properly and frequently. We learned the coughing ethics, and we also learned another new terminology, so-called social distancing. We use disinfectant more frequent than we usually do, and we pay more attention to keeping ourselves healthier. And I would say these are the good effects from this pandemic, if we need to say one. And many health experts have stepped up and said that we should remain physically distant but socially connected. Some of the experts even recommended that we call this as physical distancing, not social distancing. There is a quote went viral in the social media. It is one of our medical doctor, Dr. B. Kalinavargan. He said, "We, the healthcare workers, are not your frontliners any longer. We are your last line of defense. You, my fellow people, are the frontliners now. The war has shifted to the community and is up to you. This cannot be won in the confines of the hospital." The message is so clear and it has banged my mind that, yeah, we are the frontliners now. We are standing at the first line and we have to defend ourselves. We have to protect ourselves from getting infected. Whereas the healthcare workers, they are standing at the last line of defense. When everything fell, when we fall sick and we were admitted to the hospitals, then they would be our last line of hope. So the message is very clear that we are all frontliners now. We are standing at the first line. We are the one who should be responsible for ourselves for not getting infected by follow all the SOPs implemented by the government. So how can we help? Very simple. Just stay at home. By stay at home, we are providing a great help to everybody, including ourselves, and we can even save many lives. And what we can do? Be healthy, be clean. Clean and disinfect. Keep a social distance of at least 6 feet away, and utilizing the pickup and delivery system rather than physical shopping. At the community level, of course, we can do more when we stand together. We can donate food to the needy. We can donate PPE to the healthcare professionals. We can provide help when they need us. We can donate money, donate blood, donate food, and most importantly, we should donate our love. There are 5 things you can do to make a positive difference in your community. Think of others, consider your actions and be kind. Connect and reach out to your neighbors. Make the most online groups. Support vulnerable or isolated people. And equally important, share accurate information and advices. We are very lucky that in Malaysia, we have multiple charity organizations and NGOs who are willing to step up whenever we face any disasters or difficulty. For example, the Mercy Group has set up the COVID-19 Emergency Relief Fund to help the vulnerable communities in Malaysia. There's a program called Kita Bantu Kita. It's an initiative by Priya Simi to support at least 500 families by donating food and the necessities. There is a Lost Food project under Simply Giving program that donates all the essentials to the needy communities. The Kechara Soup Kitchen is a very popular organization who donates food and meals to the people who need it. There is a Caremongering Malaysia program who look after the elderly group to make sure they are safe and are not neglected during this pandemic. There is a Pig Stop Community Cafe who receiving donations in terms of food or non-food supplies such as some PPE to the needy community. The Charity Rights Malaysia, together with some other organizations, are providing emergency food boxes to poor hit by COVID-19 in Malaysia. All these activities are in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. The first rule, leave no one behind. There's another very meaningful program called Rumah Kita, who provide a temporary transit home to house single expectant mothers, provide them with shelter, medical aids and nutrition from third trimester until post-confinement. In Penang, there's a program called Love Your Neighbors to promote love and care to each other during this pandemic. And of course, we do not forget our refugee communities. Majority of the refugees depends on daily wages, their families and young kids. With the MCO kicking, many have lost their jobs. Many no longer have any income and now they're struggling to bring home food. And also, don't forget the NGOs need our help too. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many NGOs have been affected and their resources are running low. The NGO Hub is a foundation to collect donations from the public in order to help the NGOs and to support more needy communities. And lastly, we should always support and send our gratitude to our frontliners. That include the healthcare professionals, bomba, police, cleaners, and even the delivery dispatchment. It is not that they cannot afford to buy a meal, it is to show our gratitude as they are working round the clock to fight this pandemic. There is a recent publication in the BMJ Global Health on community engagement for COVID-19 prevention and control, a rapid evidence synthesis. The authors did a systematic review on multiple previous pandemic experience, and they highlight how communities can play important and active roles in prevention and control of a pandemic. They recommended that countries worldwide to assess existing community engagement structures and use community engagement approach to support contextually specific, acceptable, and appropriate COVID-19 prevention and control measures. And at the technical level, Taylor's University has joined force in these community services together with Mereka and PG Initiative, who have formed a campaign known as Protecting Our Frontliners. It is a communal solution towards acting the COVID-19 frontliners by providing them the necessary personal protective equipment. The campaign started when we received calls from our healthcare colleagues that they are in a critical shortage of PPE, especially the face shields. That's due to the MCO and the closure of customs and some delivery services. Most of them have to prepare their own PPE in the hospitals while coping with the increased workload every day. At Taylor's University, we have a very established 3D printing facilities and 2 big laser cutting machines. On the second week of the MCO, I quickly called out a few colleagues of mine who consist of a biomedical scientist, mechanical engineer, chemical engineer, and a technician in charge of 3D printing, and myself is a medical physicist. We formed the team overnight, and by the very next day, we already have our first design out. And we got the full support and permission from our top management to allow us to enter the lab and using the facilities. The second picture shows our Pro Vice Chancellor of Research, who purposely came into the lab to show his mental support. This really means a lot to us because the team has been working round the clock under a non-air conditioned room. Then we started to receive donation in terms of monetary or materials from multiple resources, even for the public, family members, friends, and colleagues. And what even more touching is, some students see our efforts and they offer help to do the 3D printing at their home because some of them own a 3D printer at home, and then they brought the face shields to us. There are some charity organizations who saw us on the media and came to us to offer help as our delivery partner. Since then, we started to send out our 3D printed face shields to multiple hospitals throughout Malaysia via the service offered by the charity organizations. This is the design of our 3D printed face shield. We use the design from overseas and adapt to the local needs. Our design has some extra benefits. Fast production time. To print a face shield takes about 40 minutes and to print a mask strap only about 50 minutes. The face shields can be disinfected using more than 75% alcohol, hence it is reusable. The plastic protectors can be easily replaced. And the design is for healthcare professionals with the full top coverage. Overall, it's lightweight and using minimal consumables. What we need are really rubber bands, A4 plastic sheets, and a hole puncture. And most importantly, we are using the biodegradable material, which is made of cornstarch and is environmental friendly. And later we have our second design, which require lesser production time and consumables. We also copy some ideas from overseas to design our own mask straps. In overseas, they call it as ear saver, but our local community call it as COVID-19 hijab accessory. It was a new product during that time, and to our surprise that it received very well response from the community. Since then, we have donated more than 30,000 of mask straps to the hospitals throughout Malaysia. These are all our healthcare colleagues who sending us pictures to show their gratitude to our donations. The first picture showing nurses at the hospitals Sarawak, which is the East Malaysia. We also donate to some private and government hospitals. There were multiple media at that time who learned about our initiative from the community and came to our labs to interview and film us, even though we didn't do much promotion at that time. And finally, with great pleasure, we joined the initiative of America and we have successfully produced over 20,000 of face shields donated to over 47 hospitals throughout Malaysia. And we have successfully raised funds of about 30,000 US dollars. It is amazing to see the outcome of the collaborative efforts. We call it as the power of love. We never imagined that we could achieve this with just a very sincere heart of giving back to the society. Next, I would just like to mention a little bit about another project that I'm working together with a few academicians from the University of Malaya during the first MCO. We invented an infrared thermometer known as Sauna 32. This is not a normal infrared thermometer, but it contains a microprocessor and is connected to the advanced features of Internet of Things. The thermometer can capture the digital data of body temperature and send it back to a cloud server so that we can easily track a location which has a high rise of body temperature, or known as hotspot. Let me show you a video here that we are using the pitch-in platform to raise funds from the public so that we can donate 500 pieces of this thermometer to our local community.
Even after the outbreak, until we find the vaccine and develop immunity for COVID-19, we need to continue doing whatever we're doing now, including social distancing, to continue washing our hands and all that we can to stop the spread of the virus.
The World Health Organization has listed infrared thermometer as the top priority medical device in the context of COVID-19. It's recommended to be used at the triage and as the first level screening for all patients attending an outpatient clinic.
When Malaysia began to have more cases of COVID-19, I began to think about the impending great shortage of infrared thermometers. And my motivation is to encourage scientists and engineers to rise to the occasion, to develop, to enhance the thermometers so that we can screen and monitor the patient.
And we are confident that with your help, we can produce 500 units for the nation to help this underserved community. Any contribution is welcome. All you have to do is go to pitchin.my to contribute.
Thank you very much for your support and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To date, we have received more than 10,000 ringgit donation from the public, and we have started sending the infrared thermometers to the communities in need. If you are interested, it is with our sincere hope that we can be in this community service together and give back to our society who needs our help. I would like to acknowledge my personal mentor, Professor Dr. Ng Kwan Hong, who is also the recipient of the 2020 Merdeka Award. He cited the quote of his own mentor, Professor Dr. John Cameron from Wisconsin: "Anything worth doing is worth doing badly." This has inspired me to do whatever I think is right doing now. And together with Prof. Ng, we have formed a small team to work on the COVID-19 bibliometrics with the aims to provide accurate, timely, and reliable information about COVID-19 on our website. We consistently filter out academic information from the internet and provide updates on the recent publications as well as research insights about COVID-19 on our website. Lastly, how can we overcome the pandemic? It has been a year since the pandemic was announced. We can only overcome this when we stand together, and in this scenario, by not standing together. Before I end, I would like to share with you these interesting characters. Crisis, in Mandarin, there are two characters. The first character means danger, and the second character means opportunity. It simply means when there is a danger, there is opportunity. And I would say, where there's a will, there's a way. Thank you very much for attention. This portrait is made with the pictures of all the doctors and nurses who passed away in this pandemic. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Thank you very much, Prof. Chai Hong. Okay, I think this is really impressive and really heartwarming. Okay, and I'm sure all the members on the floor, you can actually feel the impact as well. Okay, and it's really, really good to see the contribution and giving back to the society, especially when you touch the point that you talk about the underserved population. Okay, I'm just wondering, is the Sauna 32 thermometer also 3D printed?
Yes, it is. It is 3D printed using our 3D printers in the university.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's very good to know. Actually, I didn't know that I didn't know that there's such a big project happening in Taylor's, okay, because we have been working from home. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I can open, I can invite some questions from the floor. Anyone would like to ask question? Any question from the floor?
I see Tay from Malaysia. I'm not sure. You see our staff?
She's giving comments, like she actually agrees that I think yes, me too, till today, I suppose. She's also from Taylor's, TEH Malaysia. I cannot see your full name. So I think TEH Malaysia maybe is from Taylor's as well. Okay, because we kind of like high five, we didn't know. Okay, Dr. Lim, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Prof. Yong, I was very amazing and inspiration talk. You mentioned about the Sauna 32, the temperature will capture to the crowd. What technology and which cloud platform are you using?
It's our own server, so it's just like data sharing, but you need in fact, we need a supercomputer, but we are not in that level yet. So we are just using our computer in the lab. So because the thermometer, it has a microprocessor, so it can actually capture the location. We incorporate the GPS sensor inside. So and we send the thermometer to the different locations. So once that location has like high numbers of high temperatures, then it will give us an alarm. It's in real time, yeah. So that we can take like immediate action. We can rush to the place and see what's happening there. That's basically is the idea, but we are still studying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing to know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Lim. Prof. Yong, another question following from there. When you actually say that the temperature is high, then you probably will rush there, right? So are you actually sending the thermometer to certain population at the moment as your pilot study population?
Yeah, actually our original idea is to encourage, actually wanted to team up with the Ministry of Health so that we can send it throughout Malaysia. That is the idea, nationwide, so that we can use this advanced technology, Internet of Things, or the so-called artificial intelligence, yeah, to help the government to trace the places. But then, you know, it requires a big funding and all. So we just recently got a fund from USA Malaya. So they are giving us like 50,000, and also we got funds from the public is about 10,000. With this money, we only able to supply like 500 units. So we have to carefully select where we send these 500 units. And finally, we decided that we should give it to the people who cannot afford to buy the infrared thermometers. So now we are actually sending to all the, like, you know, the old folks home, the nursing homes, and even some orphanage centers around the Klang Valley. Due to our constraint, we cannot travel far. So we only deliver within the Klang Valley. And hopefully later on, we can actually send it even to like East Malaysia and so on. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. But then, the precision of the thermometer and, like, for example, calibration that they need to do and all this, they'll be liaising with you all again in terms of the calibration?
Yeah, all our units are calibrated before we send out. Yes.
And after a certain time of usage, they will send back to you for calibration.
No, we don't have such plan at the moment yet. Yeah, probably we need to think about it.
Because I think some of the thermometer that the industries use, some of them are actually inaccurate. I think many people have experienced that if you go to the shopping or the shops, sometimes you measure and the temperature is only 32.
But I think the modern one, the latest one is better now, but it's always 36, 36.4, 36.5. So we also doubt on the accuracy. But the one that we had now, the Sauna 32, we actually have extra features, which is the, if you can see on the video just now, there's a red spot. That one is actually for distance measuring. It's an infrared. So we can actually measure the distance so that every time you give a consistent distance from the forehead, then that's how we make sure that our measurement is more consistent. Yeah, but for the QC, like after a certain period of time and recalibrate, that one we haven't thought about it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor? Any other question from the floor? Okay, so if there's no other question, then I'll please put your hands together and give a virtual thank, okay, your virtual clap to Prof. Yong, okay, for this impressive presentation and really a big contribution to the society, okay, and to the frontliners as well. So please keep up, okay, and I'm sure that you'll be able to get your patents, few more patents down the road. Okay, very, very
Thank
soon.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
For your
Yong.
support. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, thank you. So may I have Jojo to project for Prof. Adlina's profile, please? Okay, thank you very much. Now we move on to our very last speaker of the day. Okay, and we have Prof. Adlina here. Okay, so Prof. Adlina is actually a professor of community medicine in IMU. Okay, and she actually has over 27 years of teaching experience in public health. Okay, after she received her medical degree from UKM, she continued to pursue her master's degree in public health and then MBA in Southern Cross University in Australia. She also holds the fellowship on public health from Academy of Medicine Malaysia, and she's also a fellow and head of medical and health cluster of the Academy of Professors Malaysia. She was the pioneer involved in setting up medical schools and medical centers. Okay, so the medical schools that she actually set up includes the 3 medical schools in Mara, University of Technology, Masa University, National Defence University, Malaysia. And the 2 medical centers that she was involved in the setting up was the Mawar Medical Center Shah Alam, okay, which is now known as Salam Medical Center, and also the University Malaysia Specialist Center, or UMSC. Okay, she also had a short attachment at KPJ Healthcare Group headquarters. Okay, and at the moment, she actually has conducted multiple medical relief work post-disasters with NGOs. Okay, and she actually continues to conduct her research about disasters preparedness. Okay, in Kelantan. During this COVID pandemic, she actually has participated actively in the media, okay, by publishing APM statements and by appearing on TV, such as Astro Awani and RTM. She has one publication last year entitled Malaysia's Approach in Handling COVID-19 Onslaught, report on the MCO and targeted screening to reduce community infection rate and impact on public health and economy in the Journal of Infection and Public Health. So for those who are interested, maybe you can actually try to read up on this one, okay, to gain more insights on that. So without further ado, okay, please put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to Prof. Adelina. Okay, the floor is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much for the very impressive introduction. Thank you. I would like to congratulate Dr. Chai here also, because I was just listening and said, oh my God, there's no way that I can beat that presentation. Okay. So today I'll be talking a little bit about, I'll be sharing my slides first. Let me see how I can get that on first. Okay, share screen. Still very difficult with technology here. Right. Too many things happening up here. Wait on, go on while I get myself sorted out. Okay. You all can see the slide?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yes, Prof, but it's actually in the, I think it's in the presenter mode at the moment.
Okay, so how do I,
maybe you can close this presenter notes first.
Okay. Right.
And then you just go to the bottom next to the magnifier.
Okay.
Okay. Towards the right,
yeah,
you have something that looks like a table. Towards the right, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah. It's still in the presenter's mode, but I think should be okay.
Can you all see it or not?
Sorry, if I may interrupt.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Prof. Adina, maybe you can go to the top. You see the display setting. Sorry, you go back to the projection
Okay,
just
display
now.
setting. Okay. Yep.
You go back like just now. The
wait.
slideshow.
Let me just go back to the.
Yeah, she's back in the slideshow PPT.
Oh, is it?
She's back in the main deck.
I mean, go back to like just now when you project it full screen. The slideshow and from beginning.
Okay, hold on.
Or maybe, okay, since Prof, you are here. Prof, sorry. Wait. There is a setup slideshow. Okay, Prof, you go to display setting. Yes, on the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what comes up.
Duplicate, is it?
You can, yeah, I think duplicate
yes.
would be good. Yes.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, yes. It's good.
Okay, right, fine. So, right, so let me go through. It's not going to be very long, so I'm just going to talk a little bit about the difficulties of actually empowering the community. And it is because the title that was given to me was Self-Promotion to Community Empowerment. Just a bit of recap, and I know that we have gone through this already just now, but just a recap of the coronavirus. And we very well know that it is actually it is a virus that has got this very famous spikes, and everybody knows about it now. And it is actually two serotypes, OC43-like and 229E-like. Okay, and then the slides doesn't move. Okay, sorry. So it is an the coronavirus, COVID-19 is an illness caused by the virus that can spread from person to person, and we know how it spreads by now. Okay, and its multiplication is that it multiplies its genetic material consisting of a single long RNA strand, and this task is performed by the viral copy machine, so-called the polymerase. Okay. So for Koch postulate, people were saying that this virus is not real, but it has already fulfilled the Koch postulate. That means it has been isolated, okay, and you can regenerate it again. So that means it is already fulfilled. So it is definitely a virus. It's not nothing else. There is no such. This totally is not right that it is something that is not an organism. Okay, it is an organism. Okay, right now how do you get the infection? So everybody knows how you get it. It's through droplet sprays or airborne. And we know that right now what we're trying to do is trying to break the transmission. So the transmission is actually, we break it by doing all the following things, okay? So we break it by having the quarantine, we break it by using the mask, we break it by our social distancing. It has already been almost a year that we have done this, okay? But the numbers doesn't seem to be going down, all right? So we are left to only one more option, which is actually if we can find a cure, that's one. The second one is actually the one that we already have now, which is vaccination. So the government has actually put up this, how do you say it? This health education material, which is actually posters, and they have actually passed it along to everybody and all the media to follow the 3W and to avoid the 3 Cs, or in the Malay is 3S. Okay, so at the time that this was done, there was no vaccine. Now there is a vaccine, but even with the vaccine, you must remember that there is not enough data that shows that the transmission is broken. The one thing that the vaccine does is it reduces the severity of the disease. To see whether it breaks the transmission, you have to wait a little while longer. But some studies have already been done. The latest one that shows that it does give a 75% protection. But this is not data that has been verified yet. Okay. So as you know, we're going evidence-based, so we need to see the data if it is verified. Okay. So for the meantime, everybody has to follow these 3 Ws and to avoid the 3 Cs. And everybody knows this. Now we will talk a little bit about health promotion very, very fast, and everybody knows this. Health promotion is the process of enabling people to increase control over and to improve their health. The frontliners are so busy treating patients. So if our people don't help by following at least the SOPs, we will all still be in trouble, okay? So we have no choice but to make the people come on board. Like Dr. Chai said just now, the people need to be the frontliners too, okay? They need to know that they need to follow certain procedures, okay? Just a little bit of question. Do you recall any experience attending or observing a health promotion campaign? Now, what type of health promotion do you see? Now, the next question is, does it work? Because most of the time what happens is that when you do a health promotion and you're talking to the community, at that time that you're doing it, they remember. The minute you go home, 1-2 days they remember, after that they forget. This is what happens when we do also, like for example, dengue, okay? Prevention of dengue. We go to the community, we tell them about it. They get super excited because they come and listen to talk, they answer your quiz, they get prizes, okay? And then, but then later on, what you find is that 2 weeks later, you go to their houses, they still have those containers that has contained the water and all that is still there, and the larva is still there. So do you think it's an effective way if you're just going one off? So what has happened is that right now we're thinking about how do you actually empower people to actually change their behavior, not just a one-stop thing because they want to please the people who come and give the talk, or just they don't want to get punished, by having to pay the fines. Okay, so it is not an easy thing to do. It's one of the most difficult part of education. Okay, Educating your students, no problem. Educating the public is a big, big problem, okay? So we have actually gone through all, for COVID-19, they have actually used all this media. TV, social media, newspapers, exhibitions, health screening, online seminars, everything. But what has happened is that now there is an overstimulation, that we don't even know that whether this one is true, this one is not true. You know, so you are really bombarded with so much. It is an overkill. Okay, so how do you vet out the ones that are not true? Okay, so it's a very interesting thing, because it's a very difficult thing to do. Okay, right. Now, we have got several approaches that we do for health promotion. We have the medical approach, lifestyle, behavioral, educational, societal change, and client or centered approaches. Of course, these are all theoretical, but we know some of it. We can actually tailor-make it to our way that we outreach to the population. Okay, so so for example, like a medical approach is actually preventive medical approach. So we actually it's actually to enable people to be free from medically defined diseases and disabilities. These are for the people who already have the disease and who already, maybe they have just after they had the disease. So this is where this comes in. Now, this is the one that is the most difficult, to change the behavior, okay? Attitudes, behaviors, okay? We can't even change people from having sedentary lifestyle. Now you want to help to change people in a very short time to be able to follow these new rules and regulations, okay? So the only way that we are doing right now is, of course, people are afraid to get the disease, okay? That's one thing. That's one thing for sure. They don't want to get the disease. They don't want to get into ICU. They don't want to have to be on a ventilator. So that is one thing that is making them behave the way they are now. But you have to sustain it for a long time, because the vaccine itself will not stop the disease from spreading. Okay. So you can have also client-centered. Yeah, this is by helping people to identify their concerns and gain the knowledge and skills they require to make the changes. Okay. And you have got societal change. Okay? This modifies the physical and social environment in order to make it more conducive to good health. Okay. Now the thing is that what has been found is that the level of people's compliance with the SOP is actually quite high. Only 1.5% are not following the SOP. So, and even Professor Malina also said that most importantly is to empower individuals and community to adapt to the new norm. Okay, so the virus is in the community. We have got for about over 50,000 active cases. So what is more important is to educate and enhance awareness among the public, right? So this is an empowerment that we need to do, okay? And okay. Sorry, it's not moving again. All right, hold on. Okay, right. So so what has happened is that we find that our R0 is not so bad, okay, and that the vaccine is also already here. Our own Prime Minister has already taken it. So the community empowerment that we want to do is actually to entrust to the members of the community to be proactive, to pursue their vision and mission to make their community free from unwanted, in this case, from this disease, from the COVID-19 pandemic. So only when the community shares the responsibility for safety and health does the community get the best protection. So safety must first be accepted as a cherished personal value, and then practice to our lives. Then only we can give it out to the other people. Okay. The challenge, however, is to impress upon everyone the real impact that COVID-19 has on human lives and the need for everything possible to be done for its prevention. Now, no amount of effort by the health authorities and frontliners would be effective if the community is not prepared to empower itself to ensure the health and safety of its members. Now, this one is very true, because you look, as I said just now, with dengue fever, we have tried over and over again, okay, to stop the spread, to reduce the epidemic, but over and over again we seem to fail. The reason is because they don't work together. Okay, sometimes it's just a piecemeal. So I'll give you an example of my own place where I used to be last time. Now I'm in Seremban, but when I was in SS3 last time, that place, that taman, I won't tell you the taman, then this everybody know where it is. But the taman that I was in was actually a hotspot for dengue fever. At one time, over a 2-week period, we had 50 cases, 50. So what happened was that initially the community was working very loosely. They were working individually. So what happened was that through the efforts that we brought in, okay, at that time I was in UPNM, we made the community aware that they need to work together. So what happened was that they actually, after that, they went and had their own community outreach, and they actually went house to house by themselves to see whether or not there were spots where there was water that was stagnated, and then they clean it all up to the point that they even climb up to their rooftops. You know, that means to see whether or not they had a drone going around, you know, trying to find where were the spots that had stagnated water. So that was community, and it was led by the community residents association. Okay. Now, for safety to be effectively encompass all aspects of life and enforced as a shared value, lifestyle, attitude, it is vital that we involve and participation of everyone in the community. Not just 1 or 2 people, but everybody, as much as possible. If you can get about 80 to 90%, much better. Okay. Now, I want to share with you a little bit about the exit policy. This is the one that we want to come out from the pandemic. Okay, so the exit policy actually emphasizes on efforts to increase public awareness and compliance with the new norm. We want to come out of the MCO. So to come out of the MCO, because we had MCO, and then we had CMCO, and then we were into RMCO, and then we went back into MCO. Because why? Okay, something went wrong with the control. Okay, so therefore, SOP compliance is one thing, and it cannot be just 1%. Actually, at that time, as it was said just now in one of the plenaries, we forgot about the foreign workers. Whereas we should have actually learned about the foreign workers when Singapore had the problem. So the foreign workers we forgot about the prisons. So we cannot do that. We need to look at it more holistically and widely. Okay. So the community needs to diligently follow the SOPs. That's true. They have to do all the 3 C's. They have the most importantly is they have to help each other. I actually suggested what is called a community dome. What happened was that we were thinking whether or not the community can just by themselves enclose themselves into like a dome or a bubble, whatever it is, and form their own security. So what happens is that their own health and security team. So using the Suruko Tetangga, their own security company or themselves, they form a team whereby they will control the movement in and out of their area, assist those in home quarantine, organize childcare within the community, maybe even organize children's education within the community, assist the people with chronic diseases to get their medicines and all that, because the people with chronic diseases are not going to hospitals, they are afraid. So they lose out on the compliance of their treatment. Okay, and for heaven's sake, maybe they can even organize the vaccination for their people. So if they can do this, then I think it will be better in the sense that every person is responsible for their own community. Okay. Okay. And this is the things that they should do if they are sick. Okay. Now, myself in Academy of Professors, you'll be asking, we are not we are not like Prof. Chavi. We don't come up with nice patented apps and all that. We are policy makers. We are policy advisors. Okay, we help the government to when it comes to policy. In the very early part of the COVID-19, a few of our professors were actually inside the committee that was chaired by the PM. Okay, so we come up with policies and we advise. We also give out statements to the media to advise the public to do certain things. So these are all the media statements and media appearances that we have had during the time of the COVID-19. Even until now, we are still coming up with statements on strategies and all that. the last one we gave was on believing in evidence-based rather than fake news. So that was the last one that we came up with. Okay, so we are on the other side. We actually come up with statements and health education materials and all that to the public. Okay. I'm just going to touch a little bit about the immunity, about the vaccine immunity, but it's not all of this actually you all know. And a lot of people were asking me with regards to the vaccine, and I was telling them that there are several types of vaccines. We've got live vaccines, inactivated vaccines, and genetically engineered vaccines. Okay, now the one that is the newest one is actually, we got one more actually, we got recombinant. But the genetically engineered ones is the newest one. It has never been used before. Okay, none has been licensed for human use before SARS-CoV-2. But studies have been coming out that shows that it is safe. Okay, you cannot ask me about long-term effects because we do not know. Okay, but so far studies has shown that it is safe. And so those people who actually cannot take it, that's contraindicated, just don't take it lah. Those people who can, please take it. Okay. So that is what I was trying to say here. So and the efficacy, of course, the Pfizer one is the mRNA one is actually the highest. Okay, 95%. Okay. Okay. Now in Malaysia, we have all this. Okay, we have already targeting 80% of the population and all that, and and we already ordered so much. And actually, we have ordered more than enough for two times of vaccination for every single person in Malaysia, okay, including the foreigners, okay. And sooner or later, there will also be what is called COVID certificates if you're going to travel. Okay, for now, we have noticed that Arab Saudi doesn't ask for this as yet. Okay, for that means the people going for Umrah and Hajj, the Arab Saudi hasn't asked for it as yet. Okay. Okay, now just to give you, because Dr. Chia already gave you the figures, but when people don't understand about R not so much. So when I just give a simplistic view, if it is at 2, 1,000 people will transmit to 2,000, who can transmit to 4,000, and in 14 days, you already have 16 million. Okay, so now the most important thing you should know is that there are many people around there with asymptomatic infection. So therefore, we have to, whether we like it or not, take the vaccine. So that is with that message, that's all I have to say for today. So let's work together in our fight against COVID-19. Everyone must be socially responsible. So what we can do is we observe something, we do something, and we educate and pass it along. That is what we do as teachers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Adelina, for sharing your insights into this importance of our SOPs and also to encourage everyone to be vaccinated. So for those who have not registered yourself, please go ahead and register. Prof, I'm just curious, okay, because about 80% of the people or the population are actually asymptomatic.
Yes.
So do you think that they are already having some sorts of immunity against the COVID virus?
Yes.
Do you
So
think
can I give another suggestion here, Dr. To? Maybe one of the things that you can actually do is actually test. Because did you know the antibody test is actually quite cheap? Yeah. So if you want to know whether you had the infection, or even right now you have the current infection, the new test that they have right now, which is from Siemens, can actually do both. In just a matter of a day, you will get the results to see whether you have been infected before or whether you currently have the infection. If you currently have it, for heaven's sake, go and do your PCR to see whether you have the antigen or not with you. Let's not go spreading it around. Okay? So use your mask wherever you go, for heaven's sake, because you know what, you do not know you have the infection. So I would also, when people ask me why I'm using, so sometimes people say, I don't need to use. I say, I'm using it because I don't know whether I have it or not. I don't care whether you have it or not. Sometimes right now I don't know because I don't want to spread it to you. Okay. If I never think it, so if you have it, so I won't get it. Something like that, lah. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. Yes. Go and test your antibody. It's cheap.
Okay. I think that's a good answer to your friend's question, because I do come across a lot of people who, despite all the advice that we talk about, the SOPs, they still feel that mask is not necessary And yeah, I can still see people going out, gathering without face masks and all this.
Yes.
So I think your answer to your friend is very good. I don't know whether you have it, but I am also not sure whether or not I have
Yes,
it. I don't
correct.
want to pass it to you.
So I said, I love you, so I'm using it. You know?
I love you, but protecting you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Maybe I can invite some questions from the floor. Anyone have any burning issues that you would like to ask Prof about it?
Prof, may I know what is your opinion on the government implement the heavier fine, the monetary fine to the public? Do you think it will work?
You mean for social distancing, is it?
Yes, for all those.
Yeah, for social distancing, you don't use the mask. This is what I call, you see, this is the problem with health, with the thing called health promotion. The message doesn't seem to be getting across. Okay, in health promotion, Tanah Hill one, there's on legislation. So what happened is that at the last resort, punish people. But you cannot be increasing the amount of punishment on, and you know that it also makes you abuse sometimes. Okay, for no reason people get fined also. Okay, simple things like my child didn't use the mask, got fined. You know, no, you know how hard it is to put a child on a mask. I know because I've got a grandchild. Okay, so you know it's babies and they will just put it off. You try lah, put it on. Okay, so how do you educate babies to put on the mask? Okay, so like what happened is that my son said to my son, buy the cartoon mask, buy the so that he will wear it. You see or not? That's it. So I don't think increasing fine will help. Okay, I don't think it will help because you know why? Sometimes by punishing people, people will really want to rebel against you. Did you know that? That's one part of health education we also learn. Too much education is not good education. Okay, because you know like the same thing with too much in the media right now. Okay, we don't know which is right, which is wrong, what is happening. Okay, sometimes to the point that sometimes now when my husband said to me, hey, you know, they said, I said no, I don't want to know what anybody said. Okay, I'm just opening up all my journals only right now. Okay, right? And the journal, there's predatory journals. Oh my God. So I don't know what's happening also. So it's very difficult. Okay? So it's not easy to educate people. And there will be the percentage that will not follow. 5% here, 5% will overtly follow, 5% will not follow. So you have to remember that. Okay. But punishing them will never do anything lah, you know. If it's supposed the person have money, they don't mind. 1,000 ke, 20,000 ke, they don't mind. Okay, they will still float it. So what's the point? Okay, so that's it. Change the behavior from internal, but to do that, maybe you know, like those people that is so the like you say lah, then just put them in jail. Yeah, okay. How many space do you have? You're talking about 5% of the Malaysian population. Okay, so this is very it's a difficult thing to do. We have to empower. The word is empowerment. Okay.
Thank you,
Prof.
Prof.
Not easy, yeah? I can tell you it's not easy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Prof. Because sometimes people say there's a saying, rules are meant to be broken. So the more rules that come out, the more rebellious that people are going to become.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So because of the time factor, I think I will end the session for today. Okay. So thank you very much for your insights, Prof. Adelina, and TH Malaysia also says a very big thank you to you, and she also had some good comments, okay, because she said that good to hear about the 5 approaches, and she agreed with the 3 C's that you actually shared. Okay, so once again, let us put your hands together and virtually give your thank, okay, to Prof. Adelina for her great sharing. Okay, and it's our great pleasure to have both Prof. Yong today and Prof. Adelina here to share with us all the details about what we have to do, okay, and what we can do to contribute to the society. Okay, so do our part. We love ourselves and we also have to love our people around us. Okay, so thank you very much, and it's my great pleasure to be your chair. I'll pass the session back to Prof. Yong, okay, for the closing remarks. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. To, for your excellent moderation of these sessions. And thank you, Prof. Adelina. Really learned a lot from you. And thank you all the participants for spending your time here today. We really have enjoyable sections here. And finally, can I invite all of you to turn on the camera? We take one last group photo, please, before we leave. Nowadays, we like to take photos virtually. Hi, Prof. Azahar. Oh, before I forget, I would like to thank the students as well, Jojo and Nabila. Jojo from Taylor's University, Nabila is from UPNM, for helping us throughout this whole sessions. Okay. We have Nabila, you cannot turn on your, oh yeah, we can see you now, Nabila. Peter, do you want to turn on your camera? We have Ain, okay, Shantini is here, Fiona, Ifar, and I. Kechong, hi Kechong. Kechong from IMU, right? Graduated from IMU. Hi Fiona. Okay, I think almost everybody here. Okay, Hona. Okay, 1, 2, 3, let's smile. Smile. One more time, Hona. Okay, smile everyone. Thank you so much. All right, okay, done. So we done our group photo. Next, I would like to invite you to our closing ceremony. Please don't miss our closing ceremony because there are many exciting awards there to be given. There are a lot of cash prize as well, sponsored by our industrial partners as well as Taylor's University. I'll post the link in the chat box now. So once you click on this link, it will direct you to the closing ceremony already. Okay? So it's a pleasure meeting every one of you here. Thank you so much, all the chairpersons, all the speakers, and all the participants. And hope to see you soon again in the near future. Okay, take care, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Wait.